and just
Yeah.
slam.
That's how you want to make the dunk contest relevant again. Have it to people under 6'2". Maybe.
Well, but are they going to be able to? Like the amazement of watching. You have once in a lifetime athletes, I guess, like a Spud Webb, who when he won the dunk contest was actually doing something with the ball when he went and dunked. I think part of the spectacle is just seeing somebody who might be 5'7", 5'8", that can actually dunk in itself. You're like, that just happened. Are they going to be able to paw the ball and do crazy stuff? Probably not. I don't know how exciting that would be.
I just don't want to see any like the real big guy. Like we had the anomaly with Dwight Howard one year. When he came dressed with the cape and all that, and that was okay. But like Duren was originally supposed to be, it was really whatever. Okay, but like originally Jalen Duren was supposed to be in this. Right. I don't need to see him dunk. I mean,
I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't need to see Jalen Duren dunk, but I mean, we have seen big guys in the past, whether it was Dwight Howard or Blake Griffin was pretty great at that stuff too. But
he wasn't 7 foot.
It's harder for the
Blake
big guys.
Griffin was close enough. Was he 6'10", 6'9"?
6'9", I think. But it's harder for the big guys, Stoney, you're right, to look cool doing it because you want to see guys that are 6'6" and under. They just look cooler doing it because it looks more difficult.
Yeah.
This is why, though, I told you guys before the show my idea. This guy's not under 6'2" or whatever, Stoney, but Zion Williamson should have entered the dunk contest this year. It's an easy field. He would have won it by a mile, and I think he needs to gain some fanfare, some good fanfare finally, because he's been hurt so much in his career. I think people are done with him. He's healthy right now. He would have easily won the dunk contest and would have brought some people would have been tuned in because, oh my God, Zion's in it now. That's someone they know that can dunk. I think he blew an opportunity to, win back. Like I said, a lot of fans. He's losing a shoe deal now, so not that matters in the long run because you still have to stay healthy and play basketball. But for a moment in time, it would have been cool.
Would have been interesting. It certainly would have had more interest than what they have right now. It is flatlined. I mean, they're not even bringing guys back from the G League who are dominating, McClung and those guys, right?
Right.
We don't even get to see those guys, which is really a shame because they've been the most spectacular dunkers I've seen in my lifetime. Were players that you'd never heard of.
Coming up next, I'll tell you what the actual highlight for the NBA All-Star Weekend is.
That's a tease.
Yes.
Next, 97.1. Before we get to your tease, Stoney,
Yes.
and Kang, I want to bring you on this as well, as I was doing some more digging on the players involved in the celebrity game. And I'm interested in it because Shams Charania, I think, could be interesting to watch. But I just did a quick Google search. Played middle school and was cut by his high school team.
Who, Shams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 31, so he's young, but
He's probably like a weekend warrior. Guy
Yeah.
goes to Lifetime. No, seriously.
yeah,
Like,
right,
yeah.
100%.
Uh-huh.
So not sure we're going to see much out of that. But I wanted to see him play because that was the name. And Matt Ishbia, being the owner of the Suns and the local ties here, I wanted to see him play in this. But going through the rosters for Team Antetokounmpo, see if you know these names at all. Rome Flynn. You familiar with
Rome Flynn.
Rome Flynn.
Is he related to former Piston legend Malachi Flynn?
I don't think so. Although he might want to channel his inner Malachi because he scored 50.
Or as I once said, Malachi Flynn.
Right?
I like that better.
Malachi's great.
I don't think anyone knew the difference then.
No. 34-year-old actor known for his work in How to Get Away with Murder and The Bold and the Beautiful. Dylan Wang. You know who Dylan Wang is? 27-year-old Chinese actor, best known for his role in Meteor Garden.
You know, staying with that ethnicity, you know, who I'd like to see play Bowen Yang.
I wouldn't mind Bowen Yang.
Saturday Night Live.
Formerly Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Jenna Bandy. You familiar with Jenna Bandy's work, Kang?
No, is she like a housewife or something? Like
No, she is
desperate-
a popular sports content creator.
Oh, okay.
And there's a video of her throwing a football from the baseline at a basketball court. And I assume it, I don't want to click on the video, but I assume she throws it and makes it in the other hoop. Rick Schnall.
Rick Schnall?
The 57-year-old minority
Who?
owner of the Atlanta Hawks. Taco Fall is playing.
Oh, wow. Former South Florida Bull, right? Isn't that what the school he went to?
The bigger they come, the harder they Taco Fall. 7'6", undrafted, but did play for the Celtics and Cavs before having a career in China. Glorilla. You familiar with Glorilla, King?
Yes, I know who that is.
26-year-old rap star from Memphis.
No.
How about this name? Have you heard of Cafu?
God bless you.
Thank you.
Language of origin, please.
Well, if the person has one name, it might give it away for you.
So, a musical artist?
No, I know who it is. Or
One name in sports, you typically, if these people will go by one name.
In sports, you said?
Yes.
Soccer.
Brazilian soccer
There you
player.
go. All right.
One of the greatest fullbacks of all time. He's 55.
well,
We got a 55-year-old former soccer player who's going to play in this Celebrity All-Star basketball game.
he doesn't even know how to use his hands.
Right. How's this going to work? On Team Anderson, Anthony Anderson is the actor and comedian.
I like him.
He is the
You'll
the
be
coach of the
rooting for
other
you'll be
team.
rooting for him.
Because of the last name?
Yes.
Sure, why not? Simu Liu. You familiar with Simu Liu?
Yeah, I know who that is. That he's an actor.
Tigers got him for Michael Lorenzen.
He's a actor known for the Marvel movie Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. Cody Jones, the co-founder of Dude Perfect. Those are the people that do all those wild videos.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Badshaw King?
Badshaw.
Badshah. One name.
Badshaw.
Is this another soccer player or
Not
something?
a soccer player. Maybe you had it right the first time.
The
when
musical artist?
Yeah. You never heard of the 40-year-old Indian rapper and singer, best known for Saturday?
Must have just missed it on my
No.
iTunes.
How about Andre Degrassi?
I remember the show, Degrassi.
Right? Well, this is a Canadian sprinter and 7-time Olympic medalist, 31 years old, Andre Degrassi.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah, that's why it makes sense.
that's
Degrassi
okay.
High.
Yeah.
How about Taylor Frankie Paul?
Taylor, it's got to be some
So
kind
three
of
different people?
either a country western artist or somebody who
A law firm.
almost assassinated somebody because they use all three names.
Right? 31-year-old star of The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. She'll be the next bachelorette this year.
What's her name?
Taylor Frankie Paul.
It's so funny. I was thinking Guy. Taylor and Frankie, although
And Paul.
and Paul, and yes, and because Evan's daughter is named Frank.
Are these
That's
the
right.
surviving members of the Beatles?
How about Kang? Have you heard of this person? Nicholas Van Steenberge.
Is that one of the Vanderpump people?
No, but you're close, and it's something you should know.
What?
I know. Well, you or Evan. I know.
Evan.
He's the co-producer of or the co-star of the Showtime series Kang Collects.
Close. He was on Love Island.
Oh, Evan would know that.
Okay,
Evan's
that's
a
an
big
Evan
fan.
one.
Yeah.
Sorry. How about mustard? You familiar with mustard?
Yeah, I know what mustard
great.
is.
It's my favorite condiment. We can
Yes.
do blind ranking
mustard.
of condiments.
I love mustard. Yellow mustard. Bring it on. 35-year-old music producer, one of the bigger names in the celebrity game, at least to the person who wrote this article for Yahoo. Okay. And then there's Adrian Nunez.
Adrian, is he the former Michigan basketball player who was at the LCA the other day singing?
Yes.
I mean, how good or bad was he? I just remember him playing for Michigan.
Good enough to be on a college basketball team. He could be the Maj Ishbia for Michigan. I know it works. They can play.
Yeah. I guess he's very popular in the music game now.
So anyway, that's the rosters of the celebrity game. A lot of I don't know who the hell you are.
What time
a lot
is that
of why
tonight?
the hell are you at? I think 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And then at 9 o'clock they have the young players game or whatever
actually, it tips off
the young players game.
Actually, it tips off at 9 o'clock.
The Rising Stars game. Thank you.
The young people's game.
The young guns game.
Picks up at 9 o'clock. It's the Castro Rising Stars. Aiden Ross, the winner of NBC's The Voice, will sing the national anthem, and Toronto native CHXRRY will perform the Canadian national anthem. Game starts at 9 o'clock.
Okay,
All right.
they got that to look forward to.
Now, the thing I'm looking forward to this weekend, if anything in this All-Star Weekend slop fest, is Sunday before the game. And not the national anthems. It's going to be sung by, I believe, Brandy's going to sing the U.S. national anthem.
Brandy is?
Yes. Kobe Bryant's, that's who he took to his senior prom, by the way.
Oh,
And Sarah McLachlan's going to do the Canadian national anthem.
okay.
But before that, or maybe after that,
Is there an ASPCA commercial? Is that not?
no, I don't know.
Not Sarah
I
McLachlan.
don't know. Yes.
We're all going to adopt puppies and stuff.
Right,
after?
exactly. Yeah, I mean, you got me.
But
All right.
Either before the anthems or after, we will have for the first time a live version. John Tesh live round ball rock. That's what I want to see.
Really?
That's what I want to see.
That's going to happen live.
Yes.
John Tesh
On
is like
Sunday,
76 or
February
whatever he is?
15th, John Tesh will deliver a historic live performance of round ball rock to introduce the 75th NBA All-Star Game, airing at 5 o'clock Eastern Time on NBC and Peacock. This marks the first time round ball rock has ever been performed live inside a sports arena
Wow.
and celebrates the NBA All-Star Game's return to NBC after 24 years. That is awesome.
That is exciting.
Yeah. And I believe the halftime entertainment is Cordis, who's like a...
Coitus?
No, Cordis. C-O-R.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was number one on your... should have been number one in your rankings. Cordis is some kind of K-rock band or something like that.
K-pop band?
K-pop, yeah. K-rock.
K-Rock. Maybe. Hey, there's probably K-Rock too. It's just probably not as popular.
Dominsky and Doyle. Doyle and Dominsky.
K-Rock did the alternate halftime?
Yeah, there's K-rap. There's K-country. K-Latin.
Yeah, exactly.
There's something like a K-reggae. Would it be K-gay?
Yeah.
K-gay?
K-gay?
Yeah. No. You got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot going on there. So John Tesh performing live.
Yes. That, to me, is more exciting than the game.
It's a great version. Are we sure they're not going to do the other one, Kang?
Oh, the Saturday Night Live version?
Basketball.
Either way, it's going to be great.
Well, you need his brother to do that one. That's why.
This is
the
true.
brothers.
I feel every time we bring up John Tesh, I feel the need to bring up my John Tesh story, which isn't really my story. It's a former program director's story who met John Tesh back in Kansas City in like the mid-'90s.
Oh, yeah?
Had a chance to go up to, hey, John Tesh, went to shake his hand. And John Tesh looked at the old program director, Doug was his name, is his name, and said to Doug, oh, sorry, the hands. He wouldn't shake his hand. because John Tesh wouldn't shake our program director's hand because his hands. I got to protect my hands because he's a pianist.
Oh, so it was after his CBS Sports days. He was just into.
Yeah, he had just.
I can get that. It's kind of
shake hands
ridiculous,
with people. Come on, man.
But
you don't think Eddie Van Halen was shaking people's hands?
I'm sure Billy Joel, the piano man, has shaken plenty of hands.
Just thought that was interesting. But nonetheless, John Tesh live on Sunday.
Yes.
Who's not fired up for that?
I know.
And who's not fired up for this? Football questions are next. 97.1. A little bit of a bonus. We're not expecting this today, and then Kang surprises us with the wide 9, 4 down, around the league blitz thingy.
Forgot Omaha.
I know. I always forget something. The wide 9, Omaha, 4 down, around the league blitz thingy. That's probably out of order as well. Blitz thingy. Stoney, heads or tails? Call it. I'm going to flip a coin virtually online. Call it.
Tails.
It is heads. I win. I will defer. Stoney, you go first.
Okay.
All right, Stoney, guess first. Here we go. Question number 1, post-Super Bowl edition of the football questions. Question number 1. Should have the Seattle Seahawks kicker, Jason Myers, won the Super Bowl MVP?
No, he's a kicker. In fact, if you're going to give it to a special teams guy, I know he didn't score any points, but Dixon, their punter, was unbelievable. Flipped the field quite a few times. No, Kenneth Walker III, he deserved it. He rushed for over 100 yards. You know, he was the best player in the game.
I think if the kicker were actually challenged with something that was like over 50 yards or over 55, probably more appropriate, then I would be inclined to say, sure, he counted for most of the points. But the reason he was able to kick those points was because of K9.
Yeah.
They're in field goal range because of Kenneth Walker III. Now, you could make a strong argument that the defense deserves credit. Back in Super Bowl 12, the first Super Bowl I ever watched between Dallas and Denver, the MVP of the game was Harvey Martin and Randy White, the 2 defensive linemen for the Cowboys, were co-MVPs of the game.
Another reason to hate the Cowboys.
Nope, love that team. Got me loving football. You're wrong. You're dead wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Philly boy.
Yeah.
You guys are both right on this, at least. No way. Kickers they're kind of an unfortunate necessary part of the game. Way too many outcomes, way too many jobs come down to a guy who misses a kick or makes a kick, and he almost did nothing the entire game. And for a kicker, even though Myers did score a bunch of points, For a kicker to have to win the Super Bowl MVP, I think he would have to hit. You were kind of getting there, Gator. He'd have to hit multiple 60-plus yarders or something, and then including the game winner as well. Otherwise, I'm sorry, you can't give the Super Bowl MVP to the kicker.
I totally agree with you. I mean, the fact that...
Oh, sorry about that, man. It just went off, Stoney. We'll get to it after in a second.
Okay.
Question number 2 to you, Gator, first. Who's the fan base that should feel worse after watching the outcome of the last Super Bowl? The Rams or the Minnesota Vikings?
I think it's the Rams because they had the team that can compete for the Super Bowl. They had some battles against Seattle. They know they can hang with them. With Minnesota, they already had Sam Darnold, and I understand that's where the gist of this is. And they couldn't get it done with Sam Darnold. They couldn't get past the Lions, and they couldn't get past the Rams. I don't know if Sam Darnold would have made much of a difference for the Vikings this year. He had a great season with the Vikings when they went 14-3. But like I said, they couldn't get past the teams that they needed to get past. Why would it have been any different this year?
And I do agree with you. The other thing to mention is the Vikings also had Daniel Jones and elected or were surprised when he jumped ship. So they were prepared for JJ not having a great year, not being healthy. Then after Daniel Jones left, then they went and got Carson Wentz, and he got hurt. So no, the Rams, they had some close games. That 2-point conversion deal changed the whole thing with home field and things like that. That crazy Thursday night game.
Yeah, make it 3 for 3 again, boys. I got the Rams fan base who should feel worse. The NFC title game to me basically was the Super Bowl. Whoever won that game, because I always thought, I picked Seattle over the Patriots, but when we actually saw the game and how the Patriots played and how Drake May just wasn't ready yet, and they kind of wrote a soft schedule to get there, a soft schedule in the playoffs. They're kind of lucky to get there. I think the Rams fans should be really upset because they could have won another Super Bowl. The Vikings with Darnold, they probably weren't going to win it anyways. They would have been better for sure, but once he left, they said, all right, it's time to roll with the guy we drafted in the first round, J.J. McCarthy, and it just didn't work out this year. All right, Seattle Public Schools, they remained open during the Super Bowl parade for the Seahawks. Any absence would be unexcused. Unlike the Philadelphia Eagles, which the year earlier, they closed all public schools for their parade. Which city got it right?
Oh, Philly got it right. And I'm not just because I was there. I mean, if the Lions ever won the Super Bowl, they should close the whole state schools down to let people get to the parade. Yes. I mean, it's a once, twice in a lifetime, but like for here, it'd be once in a lifetime. In Philly, it was cool. I remember when the Flyers won their one of 2 cups in 1974, I got permission to miss school. I mean, it wasn't.
But was it closed?
No.
Okay.
Well, that was a long time ago. But yeah, I think they did the right thing in Philly.
In Philly, they did the right thing. Yeah, I agree with you. I think what Seattle did, unless the only thing I give Seattle grace on, and I don't know the answer to this question, if there was some sort of issue, like they already had too many snow days and they couldn't afford
too many rain days in Seattle.
Couldn't have missed another one. Well, we know the winter has been funky this year all throughout the country. But I suspect that's not the case. It's just Seattle just not doing it, which is so weak. Have some fun.
Especially that fan base with the 12s and all that stuff.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even more so. You think that they're all in on this team. Why wouldn't they have done it? I mean, it was a team that had just started with a new coach and all this and a new quarterback. There's reason for loving what's going on there. Let the love continue. Let them go to the parade.
So I currently have kids who are in school right now. So I understand, Gator, you kind of alluded to it. There's only so many days that these schools can allow to be absent, right? Like snow days, etc. I don't know what they have in Seattle, but it's the Super Bowl, guys. You got to give them the day off, and you can make it up, and I think you can appeal for extra days off, which we might have to do here in Michigan depending on how the rest of the winter goes. But, yeah, Seattle got it wrong. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter I don't think if you went back to back, you should still have it. 3-peats. I don't care. Like this is a huge deal. Football is the number one sport in America.
And it also depends on your fan base. And that fan base, I mean, I could see L.A. not closing schools, the Chargers won, or even the Rams. But no, Seattle, it's a huge fiber of their community.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I have to say it. Philly got it right, and I think every city should do it, even if they're not sports fans. All right, I'm going to go back to the Vikings real quick. If he becomes available, should they bring back Kirk Cousins?
I don't think they should. I'm a Kirk Cousins fan, and I really don't like J.J. McCarthy. They need to do something there, but I don't think Kirk Cousins is the answer, even though he wouldn't cost you anything because Atlanta's going to pay for everything. What I would do if I were the Vikings, and I would do this if I were the Raiders, and I've said this time and time again, and I will continue to pound the table and say this is what you should do. I would sign Malik Willis and make him my quarterback. Malik Willis has shown in the last couple of years he can handle the NFL. He has figured things out. The game has slowed down for him. He's got a ton of talent to throw the ball or to run with the ball. And to have the coaching staff that they have in Minnesota, I think would work wonders with him. I think he'd be great. And I would absolutely trade the first pick overall if I were the Raiders, get the haul in return that you would, draft elsewhere, and sign Malik Willis. So if I'm saying that for the Raiders, I'm doing that if I'm the Vikings. I'm going to sign Malik Willis.
That's a very interesting take, and I kind of agree with you on for the Raiders. For the Vikings, absolutely bring him back. He was good there. JJ needs a tutor, so to speak, another player. And, with that locker room, with the stuff Jefferson said, I think it'd be a perfect person because he's got such great moral fabric, Kirk Cousins. I think it makes a lot of sense for them.
I agree with you, Stoney. I think they should bring him back. And it's not like he's the best quarterback or a tier 1 quarterback anymore. Of course he's not. But Sam Darnold just won the Super Bowl. You need some kind of stability and a guy you can trust under center to have a chance. And I'm not sure JJ's the guy. At worst, he brings in competition for JJ, and JJ's got to win it outright from Kirk Cousins. And if JJ doesn't, you have a veteran that you can lean on. And in the meantime, also be that bridge gap quarterback to help mentor JJ and grow him and develop him. But yeah, they need somebody. Maybe it is Malik Willis, Gator. Maybe it's somebody else. But I would bring back Kirk Cousins if they can't get anybody else because you just can't trust JJ right now. All right, Dan Marino, Matt Ryan, Cam Newton, Donovan McNabb. They all made it to the Super Bowl once and never got back. Will the same be said about Drake May?
I'm going to say no. I think he's young enough, he's good enough, and he's got a really good coach. Maybe, their offensive coordinator, Josh McDaniels, did not have a good Super Bowl. I firmly believe that Drake May was hurt, and that's why he played so horribly in some of the playoff games, including the Super Bowl. No, I think the future is very bright for that team, and they will be back.
I actually agree. I like the Patriots a lot. I think they've improved so much in such a short period of time. And did they have an easier schedule this past season? Sure they did. But so what? Go out and beat the teams that are on that schedule, and they did. I think Drake May is a quality quarterback in this league. He clearly wasn't 100% in the Super Bowl. I don't think that the Patriots are that far off. I think another off season they can add some teams and they are going to be really good. I think he'll get back there.
Yeah, I disagree, guys. Everyone has that all those quarterbacks I just mentioned probably thought they were going to be back as well, and everyone says that all the time when they lose the Super Bowl, they'll be back. I'll take the field. The AFC is absolutely stacked. You know who also hasn't made it back yet? Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy, our own Jared Goff. It's really, really hard, guys. I would not pencil in Drake May being back just because he's young and that team is young. It's really hard to do it all over again. I'm going to take the field. All right, last one. If indeed Max Crosby will not play for the Raiders next year, what team will he be on?
This is tough. Does he have a no trade clause? I think he does. And if he's got the no trade clause, then I don't think he's going to go somewhere like the Jets, who have a ton of cap space, or the Titans, who have the most cap space of all. So he's going to be able to negotiate where he wants to go to. I think he ends up with the Commanders. They've got a ton of cap space. They got draft capital to make this thing happen. If they wanted to, they can be ultra aggressive and go get this rush end that is an absolute difference maker in the NFL. I'm going to say it's the Commanders.
Unfortunately, I think it's somehow going to be the Dallas Cowboys. I think they're going to figure out a way to get him in because they could obviously use him since they lost Micah. Kenny Clark's been good up front as a nose tackle, but they still need a pass rush. James Houston's not the answer there. I think Max Crosby in Dallas makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't think he does have a no-trade clause, Gator, but I'm going to stay in the same division as you, Stoney, but I'm going with the Eagles. They're just all ultra aggressive. We know how Roseman is. maybe A.J. Brown and 2 first-round picks, maybe Jordan Davis and 2 first-round picks, but they are looking for an edge rusher. They tried to get one at the deadline last year with Jalen Phillips. Came in hot, cooled off a lot at the end of the year. But if Crosby doesn't play with the Raiders next year, I'm going to go with the Eagles.
There you have it. Our wide 9, 4 down, Omaha around the league blitz thingy right here on 97.1. All right, so one of the things that is interesting here today is that you're here with me, Stoney. You just got back from having some time off.
Yes.
And now, is this the same? Where you go in Florida? Is this the same place you've been going since you were a kid?
Well, pretty same area. Right now, I would go to Boca Raton because my parents had a place there in a community there. So when my father passed away and my mother decides she doesn't want to go down there anymore, we have the option of taking it over or selling it. And I want to take it over, and we redid it because eventually, when I really retire, I'd like to spend the winters down there playing golf and all that.
Is it a golf cart community?
Some of it is, but not all of it.
Okay. Will you purchase a golf cart at some point?
Where we are, our little subdivision, there's no place to put golf carts. So right now, no. But anyway, before that, when I was younger, my aunt and uncle used to live or have a place in an apartment in Hallandale, which is like Hollywood, Florida, which is halfway between Fort Lauderdale and Miami. And I used to do a lot of things with my aunt and uncle back in the day.
Okay, so in the show sheet, you something on it's something we do periodically throughout the show, and it's the 10 texts.
Yeah.
So we take 10 texts at 248-539-9797. Always, look for look for listener participation.
Yes.
That's what we like to involve the listeners of the show. But you put something interesting. I have no idea what this is. Mm-hmm. And on the show sheet, you said, I missed something from my childhood vacation spot. Mm-hmm. It's now illegal.
Yes.
10 texts. What is it that is now illegal that Stoney misses from his childhood?
Yeah.
From his childhood vacation spot.
Yeah, something specifically. I used to, do. Go to. Attend. Go, whatever.
What is
I don't want to give it away.
So 10 texts at 248-539-9797 is the telephone number to text. What is it that Stoney misses from his childhood vacation spot that is now illegal? So I have to think about this when Stoney was a child. So I'm going to go in the mid-60s, early 70s, somewhere in there is probably the childhood era that you're thinking of where it was legal to do whatever this was then.
Yeah.
And now it's illegal to
Now
do.
it's illegal. Yes.
I mean, it's quite an era of history where lots of things were changing.
Yes, indeed.
But I don't think it's going to be one of those things. Very interesting. Trying to think for myself, what would I guess? And Kane, do you know what it is? You know what it is. So am I allowed to guess, or do I wait for the texts?
Well, we're supposed to do it at the end of the segment if we want to open the curtain a little bit, and that's usually how it goes, and we get the text after.
Right. Well,
so I'm trying to get text right now.
Yes, I'm sorry, but we had the issue because of the football question.
Yeah.
So this is going to be interesting. I'm trying hard to think of something that is banned now or illegal now in the state of Florida, which again, maybe it should be terribly
Florida man,
Right.
there's a
lot going on.
There's a lot going on in the state of Florida besides Lakeland.
Yes, besides Lakeland. And we know that the state of Florida is really all about Lakeland in Central Florida.
Speaking of which, the Birchie Kid will join us, a little after 1 o'clock?
1:05, we expect to have the Birchie Kid to talk about what's going on in Florida.
He tweeted out some video of Scooble throwing some BP today.
Yes, some live batting practice. I think How You Lee. I forget who the other names on that.
Gleyber Torres and somebody else who's going to be participating in the World Baseball Classic. So I forget who that is. Kerry Carpenter, maybe? I don't know.
We will get the update from Will coming up at 1 o'clock. That we'll very much look forward to that. Mm-hmm. But this the question we have on hand right now with the 10 text is what is it that Stoney misses from his childhood vacation spot in Florida that is illegal now? The 10 texts have come in. Some of these are going to be
now. If they get it right, though, I wait till the end, though.
Right? Yeah, once we go through the 10, I'll look and I'll see what I think it might be.
Okay.
and we'll all offer up what I think it is, and then you'll tell us what it is. Eddie in a truck says crack. I don't know if crack was ever legal, Eddie. Nude beaches, Corey and Holly. I could see that. Lawn jarts, Johnny O in Greenville, Michigan. Yeah, those are the old school lawn dart with the actual metal dart as opposed to the bulbous tip that they now have. Dog racing, Brian in a truck. What's that? If that's illegal, that's disappointing. Playing jarts, Steve downriver. Fishing off the bridge. Wooden wheels. It caught me off guard with that. Paul in Brighton said wooden wheels. No, they're not illegal. They just, you don't see them. Phil in Ypsilanti. Phil says smoking indoors. Jack in Hazel Park says going to watch horse racing. And John in Manchester says building sandcastles. My initial reaction was going to be fishing off the bridge.
Wow.
But then I thought, I don't think Stoney's much of a fisherman. Brian in a truck had one that had my response like, oh, that'd be a sad thing if that's the truth. And I know friends of mine that have gone down to the dog track before in Florida and wagered and had a good time. I'm going to say it's dog racing.
You are correct, sir. You and, was Brian in the truck?
Brian. Not Brian the dog from Family Guy, but Brian.
Yeah, and my wife had just texted it as well.
She knew.
I actually mentioned it to her yesterday when we were driving to the West Palm Beach Airport because there still is right there the Palm Beach Kennel Club, which is turned into casino gambling, basically. They don't have the track anymore.
Because they can't race dogs anymore.
Yeah,
it's illegal, huh?
It's illegal. In 2020, it became illegal. And in fact, I just looked it up. There's only one, there should be another 10 texts. There's only one state that still has a running dog track.
I would assume it's somewhere down south. I would go with.
No, it's not south.
It's not south.
It's a little southern than here, but no, it's not down south.
Indiana?
No.
Kentucky?
No.
I don't know.
West Virginia.
West Virginia allows dog racing.
So my uncle used to take me to the Hollywood
dog track.
Hollywood dog track, Hollywood Kennel Club, whatever, all the time. My Uncle Ben. And we'd go and we'd race, we'd go bet on the puppies. And I love dog tracks. It was great. Now, when you go to a horse track, now if the horse racing was illegal, Valenti would be suicidal,
right?
Because he goes to Gulfstream and Hialeah and all those great racetracks. And I've been to Gulfstream, and it's a lot of fun. But the dog track, when you go to a horse race, there's like 25 minutes basically in between races.
In dog races,
dog races, it's not as much time, but the races are quick.
Yeah, I've never been to the dog races, and apparently I can't go unless I go to West Virginia, which probably isn't happening anytime soon. I'm just going to have to also assume that the dogs are treated just fine, and that's not the reason they shut them down. 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. Michigan State basketball has another big game tonight as the Spartans are ready to host Wisconsin in East Lansing. The Badgers have been a tough out this year. At 17-7, Wisco has won 8 of their last 10 games, which includes road wins at Michigan and most recently Illinois. Ken Pom has the Badgers ranked 36th in the country and says Michigan State has a 63% chance of winning with a prediction of a 3-point victory for the Spartans. Tonight will be a battle on the glass as MSU leads the nation in defensive rebounding, grabbing 22% of defensive boards, while Wisconsin ranks 19th in the same category. The sportsbooks have the Spartans favored by 1.5. Tip-off tonight in East Lansing at 8 o'clock. Michigan also plays tomorrow as the Wolverines will look for win number 24 this season against UCLA in Ann Arbor. That game starts at 12:45. A CFP expansion proposal has been circulated within the Big Ten Conference today, says ESPN. The plan suggests a 24-team playoff with no conference championship games, no automatic qualifiers for the bracket, and 2 weeks of on-campus playoff games. Also, the NFL said today that an independent arbitrator ruled in favor of the league against the Players Union, forcing the NFLPA to get rid of its end-of-season report cards. The Players Union used to release the results of anonymous player surveys that gave grades to all 32 franchises based on their facilities, personnel, and other varieties of topics. Those report cards are going away as the arbiter says they were in violation of the collective bargaining agreement between the league and the union. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Michael Stone is in for Doug Karsch. Doug will be back on Tuesday's show. Good to have you along with us, Stoney.
Thank you. Always good to be here. Tomorrow we start a little bit of a new adventure on Saturday. I don't know what we're going to call the show. Right now it's to be me. I'm going to be with Brendan for the next 3 Saturdays, and I know Kenny's going to be doing a few and some other people. So maybe it'll be like the old man and the kid or something. I don't know.
So Tukat Shabath is with you tomorrow.
Yes.
And at least next week, too, I believe. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Look forward to hearing that at 9 o'clock in the morning.
9 to 1.
9 o'clock. Very interesting. I'm sure. I know that Brendan's already working up a storm to see what you guys are going to talk about. I saw we have some more feedback coming in at 248-539-9797 regarding some of the football. One of the football questions we had. Seattle should not have closed the schools, but they should have allowed absences to be excused. Not all parents can take the day off from work with no notice. They closed the schools. It would have left most every parent scrambling. John and Holly.
Well, no, first of all, the parade, I believe, was on a Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe Tuesday, but whatever. So you'd have notice. And I know you don't want to jinx, but you could let people know, I don't know, 2 weeks in advance, hey, if we happen to win the Super Bowl, the parade will be this day. I know that the teams don't like when that happens. But, yeah, excused absence would probably be better, except if you're a teacher and you want to go.
Well, right. Yes, but then effectively, I mean, all it is daycare at that point, isn't it? I mean, if there's an excused absence, you're not going to do anything of substance during the school day because then those kids that have the excused absence have missed out on it. It's not like you're going to have a test or something like that.
That's true.
It's probably just, hey, we're going to watch Miracle.
Yeah.
We just watch a movie of some kind.
Yeah. Well, you never know. You might get a guest service. They call them now guest teachers. They don't call them substitute teachers anymore.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm one of them.
You're a guest teacher?
Yes, I've been a guest teacher a few times.
Really?
Yeah.
In West Bloomfield Schools?
Mm-hmm.
For what age?
I've done everything.
You've done high school?
I've done high
elementary
school, middle school, kindergarten. I don't do it as much as I'd like because I'm lazy, and they send you text every day, and I'm looking for the half days. Like, I don't want to do the 8 hours. So a lot of them are half days.
How does this work? Like, you don't have a degree in teaching.
Okay.
You didn't have to go back and get any kind of certificate?
No.
You're just
no.
What do you do? Like, did they give you a some
teachers will leave lesson plans, but most of them at the high school or middle school level, kids all have their Chromebooks. And you just tell them, to do your work and basically, turn if there's something that they have to write, if there's a piece of paper, not a quiz, but where they have to do some stuff, you leave it here and, they know what they have to do. Basically, if it's just like a one-day shot, guest teachers are hopefully there so the kids don't kill themselves. I mean, not literally, but you know what I'm saying.
So you're there you're basically cherry pick. You cherry pick the days you want to go when you feel up to it. It's not like you're committed to it.
Well, there's
you're
a ton of people. I get texts like the night before, and do I feel like doing this? No, not today. And you put in in the service what days you're like. When I was off, like today. Okay, I couldn't work today because of I put other job,
right?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I do it. I try to do it like 5 or 6 times a semester or whatever. And I'm not a regular per se.
I just think it's wild. Can you imagine coming to class and then Stoney's the teacher? The guest teacher, special guest teacher.
Well, here's the I don't know, funny is the correct word, but I thought about this like when my situation changed, and I was at one of the high school games before the game started, the high school football games that I do the PA, and I had to the principal. I said, "I'm just curious, what do you have to do to become a guest teacher?" Basically, he goes, "All right, let me ask you a question. Did you graduate college?" I said, "Yes." Do you have a criminal record?
Oh, that's a solid question.
I said, no. All right, then you can apply. And they send me where to apply.
And there's a background check.
There's this service called EduServe or something like that they have in Michigan. I'm sure they have in other states too. I did have to go to a workshop, but where to do if God forbid there's like a shooter in the class. I mean, all this kind of,
things get real, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I passed all that stuff, and there's a lot of people out there looking for, to fill some time in their lives.
Stoney, do you push out the cart with the TV and the VCR strap to it and have watch a video?
No, but they have these like for the real little kids on the huge whiteboards. You punch in a thing at YouTube TV, and it's like for like the kindergartens. It's like you play these songs and things like that. And yeah, I've had.
Do you sing along with them?
Sometimes, yeah.
I think it's crazy. Stoney's there for either kindergarten or high school.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
I've done gym. Which is cool.
What do you do for gym?
Let's see. One time they were just basically just let them shoot hoops for an hour. Okay, fine.
Did you bring those ABA shorts in?
No, I didn't. I should have. And then there was another time in middle school. Yes, I did wear sweatpants. Middle school, it was outside. It was really hot. They had soccer. So they had like 4 teams of soccer. And so I had to ref one of the games, basically. That was.
Okay. I think it's so when you started doing this,
it's just been just 2
okay.
years.
So your daughters were clear of high school.
Yeah. No,
okay, so it's not like. Would you have done it when they were in high school?
Sure.
I mean, obviously it was a different situation.
Yes.
But
yeah. Why not?
Do you think they would have enjoyed that?
No.
But you would have done it anyway.
Sure. Why not?
Because they wouldn't want you to do it.
Exactly.
Which is why you do it. Okay.
Exactly. By the way, I did want to get back to something on the dog track thing.
Yeah.
The way, for people who don't know, dog racing, which is illegal except in West Virginia now, because I believe when they train the dogs, some of them unfortunately would, pass away because their
hearts can't take it.
Yeah, hearts can't take it. So the way it works is they have this mechanical rabbit on this
in a rail.
And it goes around, and the announcer goes, "Here comes Skippy," let's say.
Whatever they name the rabbit.
Whatever they name the rabbit, and they have the 8 greyhounds in the little cages, and they lift up the gates, and they follow the rabbit around for 2 laps or whatever, and that they're smaller tracks than horse race tracks, and you bet on them, and it's a lot of fun. And when I went to summer camp, I was a counselor in New Hampshire. There was a dog track right by there at Seabrook, right by their nuclear power plant.
Oh man,
that's close too, obviously, the dog track. But I used to go with my uncle all the time.
Dogs are bigger and stronger there.
I loved dog tracks. I love betting on the red because they were quick and here's the other thing. I was so naive. They're all greyhounds. I used to think, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool if like the first race was all greyhounds? Second race, I don't know, dachshunds.
Oh.
Third race, have cocker spaniels. But every race was they were all greyhounds.
Right. And they're the fastest breed, and it's going
Do
to.
you want the same thing in the Olympics, Stoney? Like, here are all the accountants. Here are all the construction workers.
Yes, sure. Why not?
Not the real sprinters.
Doing it by breed would be interesting.
Yeah.
But you couldn't have them run the same track because I think some breeds just aren't going to be able to run anywhere near as long.
Well, they can run as
like,
long.
for instance,
They just wouldn't run as fast.
Well, what we saw at halftime of Lions games a couple times, we saw the corgi races.
Yes. Okay. So you have corgis. Yeah.
And that was actually a lot of fun to watch them go. It was like a 40-yard race that they would, and it can happen quickly. So I wouldn't be opposed to that. Plus, I also know that they're not going to run so hard they're going to kill themselves doing it.
Right.
So as a dog lover, I can understand why there's no more dog racing.
I know.
But nonetheless,
you bet them the same way you bet on horses. Win, play, show. Exactas, daily doubles, quinellas, perfectas.
Do you think horse racing will ever go away? Because obviously horses die too.
No, I don't think it'll ever go away. Mike can talk about it a lot better than I can. But growing up in the East Coast, per se, I used to love it. I used to go as a kid to horse races all the time too. I used to love the Kentucky Derby. We just used to go, what are you doing today? We're going to the track. And at night it was the harness racing as opposed to the thoroughbreds. Right. And when I moved here in 1986, we had
two harness tracks.
Yeah, you had Northville Downs, and then you had Ladbroke DRC for thoroughbreds, and they used to have the Michigan Mile, I think it was called, the Michigan Derby, whatever. It was a big race.
Hazel Park and
yeah.
And now it's all gone. But that's a whole different issue of why it's gone, but it is gone. And the gambling element, the casinos played a large role as to why that's not happening, because they wanted to make money with casinos themselves, but that's neither here nor there. One more text regarding the Seattle situation. I work for administration in a school district. When the Lions were in the NFC Championship, Whitmer was talking to Superintendent Association to give the whole state a day off after the Super Bowl. But, of course, the Lions lost in the NFC Championship game. At least our governor was out in front of it.
Yeah.
To try to make it happen. And we'll see if future governors are going to be out in front of it if the Lions get back to that same situation. And let's hope they get back to that same situation, because if they don't, it's just going to be absolutely miserable.
Yeah, at least when the Pistons won the championships and the Red Wings won the championships, schools were basically out of session by then. Right?
Yes.
Or pretty close to it.
Really close to it, because it would have been middle of the June, late June. Yeah. Really close to it. Without a doubt. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text if you wanted to comment on what we've been talking about today. We started the show talking about which team you're most excited about, because there's reason to be excited about everything going on in Detroit sports right now. Whether it's the offseason for the Lions, spring training with the Tigers, the Pistons, as they're the best team in the NBA right now by record. You look at the Red Wings are poised to make a playoff appearance for the first time in forever, and the trade deadline being right around the corner for the Red Wings when they return from the Olympic break. You've got Michigan and Michigan State basketball, Michigan State hockey. You want to throw Western Michigan hockey in the mix, feel free. There's a lot to be excited about. What are you most excited about here in the state of Michigan when it comes to sports? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, or same number to text. We'll get back to you next year, 97.1. So, watching a little bit of the Olympics. I'm not watching as much of the Olympics as maybe most people are. Just kind of tune in, see what I'm interested in. It's always kind of weird for me with, it takes place basically in the afternoon during the day because it's the time difference. And then because what we do for a living, I already know what the results are by the time I get home to watch it at night or whatever. And I also find I don't think there's a ton of variety of what we're able to see. Like in years past, there've been like multiple channels to watch it on. And
now they have it on NBC. I'm sure it's also on Peacock. There's the hockey game, the United States hockey game yesterday. I watched on the plane was on USA Network.
USA and NBC are the big ones.
Yeah, and there might be one other. I don't know. I think you can buy, your own package or select your own package of particular sport that you want to watch. I guess it's weird. I obviously, like you, love the hockey. We haven't gotten to the men's downhill yet. Obviously, the Lindsey Vonn and Schifrin, their accidents, were tough to watch. But some of these sports, I don't understand certain things. Like my wife asked me, and I don't know the answer to this. Maybe somebody can help me. Why on some of the luge, she believed it was the luge, do some of them skate on or they're on their luge or stomach down and some of them are on their back?
Well, they're two different events.
Okay.
On your stomach is the skeleton.
Okay.
So when you're going head first,
right,
it's nuts. And when you're on your back, it's the luge.
Okay.
They're both sliding events.
Okay.
I hate to say the sliding event. Good God.
That's okay.
Is there a reason? I'm asking because I don't know. Is there a reason, Gator, that we need both?
No. I don't. I mean, look, I think they're both interesting. I don't stop what I'm doing to tune in and go, oh, skeleton's coming up. But I mean, if it's on, okay. I find it wild.
I mean, when you watch these events that if you have no vested interest in, you're, at least me, because I'm a sick human being, and hopefully nobody gets seriously hurt, but you're kind of hoping for like a crash or something.
God, no.
What?
You're hoping for a crash?
Well, I mean, it's more exciting if they bang against the wall here than do nothing. It's like the figure skaters. If they fall, that's pretty damn funny. I mean, sorry for them. They trained their whole life for it, but it's for my entertainment.
I want to see them finish. Like I'm watching the snowboard, the
moguls.
I was watching the half pipe for the snowboarding half pipe, and these guys they're all like 19 years old. These kids from whether they're from Japan, South Korea, Canada, the United States. They're all built like the same way. Some guys you'll see they're like 6'4" or something like that, but typically they're all like diminutive in stature, really young. And they look like they're just loving every second of it. And I'm rooting for every one of these guys to land their tricks. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. There's another one. That's awesome. And then when they wipe out, because they push it to the limit, and here's another triple or a quad they're doing, and they land, and then they start to skate across the bottom of the slide across the bottom of the half pipe on a snowboard. And because they're leaning too far back, they catch the edge and they fall back and it's done. I'm like, that's so bad.
I know. Sometimes it's funny. I know. I'm waiting for the text. You wouldn't say the same thing if it was your kid. You're right. I wouldn't. You're absolutely correct. I wouldn't.
Do you root for the falls and like speed skating as well? Every event?
Yeah, like gymnastics.
The downhill,
the Summer Olympics.
Everything.
Gymnastics.
You root for the gymnastics people?
Oh, yeah. For the hyperextended knee in gymnastics.
To miss the rings?
Yeah.
Miss the pommel horse?
Yeah, when they do their little flip on the horse and they miss. I mean, come on.
Negative defeats what this guy loves.
One of the greatest sports videos of my life I actually retweeted the other day was you've seen it from, God, it's 1980, 81. A guy, it wasn't the Goodwill Games. It was some kind of thing. And the guy, I remember the guy's name, Brian Meeker. He's running up to the horse. He sprints and he runs right into it.
The pommel horse?
Yeah, it's hysterical.
Like he doesn't hit the springboard or something?
Yeah, I'll go to my Twitter feed. I reposted. It was some from my old job, the George Michael Sports Machine. It's like it's one of the first videos you'll see. It's just it's hysterical. At least to me. I'm a sick human being, okay?
Well, this is what we're learning. Okay, here's the George Michael Sports Machine.
Yeah.
It's a 5-minute long video, Stoney. I mean,
well, it's the first video part, like when he shows highlights of here are the plays of the decade or whatever. You'll see.
Because I don't know, watching somebody run into a pommel horse is. I don't know if I'm. It's like I said, it's 5.5 minutes long. I can't sift through to find the right spot where it's at. Oh, actually, okay, it's slowing down right here. That is a blurry, grainy video.
Yeah, that's what so you laughed. You laughed. He laughed, ladies and gentlemen.
This is brutal.
Yes.
Good God. And now I got to watch it again.
Yes, exactly.
He's running. And I don't know what, like he hits the far end of the springboard to jump onto the pommel horse, but like hits the far end of it. So it doesn't really spring. And then like one foot looks like it slides off it and then just goes chest first. Was he dead?
No.
Was he hurt? He had to have been hurt.
I don't think they did a 30 for 30 on him, but he became, I mean, everybody, it was back in the day. Brian, you look at Brian Meeker, he probably has his own Wikipedia page. Best known for running into a pommel horse.
Wow. And that happened there. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. Bob is in Detroit. Bob, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob. How you guys? How you doing?
Good.
You know, I'm your 81-year-old DIT insider, dynamic Bob. And Stoney won't get that, but I think
that's all right, Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
All right. So you asked about our favorite teams. I'm worried at 81, even though I just got done working out, is the Grim Reaper near? Because all the things I prayed for that I'd see before I died are coming to fruition, or at least they're possible. So should I be worried?
I know. I mean, you live your life how you will.
Okay. So what do you think out of all of them? What's your opinion? What do you think?
Well, I said mine. For me, I'm most excited. I'm most excited about what did I say? Did I say Tigers? I think I said Tigers because it's spring training coming up, and I think that what they've done is incredibly exciting. And Stoney said the Pistons, and it's hard to. I mean, that's the thing. You come up with your own argument, Bob. Who are you most excited about?
Both the Tigers and the Pistons, number 1 and 2. The Lions last year, the year before, but now they're just so exciting. The funniest line that I heard lately from your show was someone called and said, "What if Holland were in the mix?" When the fight broke out, and Ryan said he'd get a year suspension.
Ron Holland?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Bob. We appreciate it. 248-539-9797. With the Olympics, something else I've noticed with this. With the Olympic hockey, because that's what I'm tuning in for first and foremost. I love Olympic hockey, whether it's even the women. I love watching the women's hockey. The United States are great. But the jerseys that these teams are wearing, that they're donning for their countries, these jerseys are out of hand spectacular for each nation. They all have great jerseys. Like, I think the United States jersey is fine, but it's like the worst of the bunch. Everything else is better, and it's okay. United States, we got what we got, and it's nice. But watching these other teams fly around the ice, like, those are just cool. Each nation has been really cool.
Sweden, I always love Sweden's.
The Three Crowns.
Yeah, Tre Kroner, they call them, yeah. And then the Finnish and the Germans, they look evil, as you said.
Yeah. I can't get over it. It's like,
there's a surprise. There's a surprise.
I'm like, yeah, I'm like, all right. I just start going back to bad thoughts in history. But it's a foreboding and it is a intimidating, I think, crest that they wear. But even like watching Finland and some of the other nations that we're watching the games last night or yesterday. Latvia's jerseys were kind of cool. It's like Harvard Crimson, out there. And Germany and Denmark, when they got together, it was cool to see both of those. But I just really like how that has changed. And then you see the news yesterday kind of leaking out with the Tigers. The Detroit Tigers going to have, it looks like they're going to have a couple different jerseys this year, alternate jerseys. One will be navy blue with the script Detroit. And another one is the orange jersey with the Old English D in navy blue. That was the one that was leaked. And it looks really cool.
Does that mean they're not going to have the Motor City things anymore on Fridays?
I don't know if they're still going to do it. Those are good. The Motor City Connect jerseys or whatever. Those are, I kind of like those. But the problem with that is that those are cool if you see them up close.
Yeah.
There's a lot of detail that goes hidden when you're just watching the game from a distance. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We got some blind rankings coming up next. It's exciting here on 97.1. Did you know that today, Stoney, in addition to being Friday the 13th,
Yeah.
is also Galentine's Day?
Excuse me?
It's Galentine's Day.
Never heard of that before in my life.
You ever heard of Galentine's Day?
No. What have I been missing?
This is
You're not invited, Stoney.
Yeah, you're not. This is neither am I.
Neither am I.
There's Kang. Galentine's Day is this made-up holiday where women get together the night before Valentine's Day and go out.
Don't they have to be single too, or is it like the ones without Valentine's? Right?
It's probably how it started.
Yeah.
A bunch of single broads that said, "Hey, well, we don't have a man. Let's go out." And guys could do the same things. I don't know what they'd call it, but
They call it a boys' trip.
How about Palentine's?
Valentine's.
Yes.
We had back in the day with Buddy Day, and then when we had the station, Bros Day. I don't know. But I was thinking about this with it being Galentine's Day. Does that mean that bars are going to be filled up with a bunch of single women?
Ooh.
And if that's the case, this is the time to strike.
Just ladies' night. It's like what?
It's right.
The time is ladies' night. It's Tuesday, right? Isn't that what ladies' night is a lot of places?
I think every night is ladies' night, Stoney.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But on Galentine's Day, is there a benefit to the fellas?
Hell yeah. Well,
Or is this total girl power and you have no shot?
well, there's multifaceted things you can deal with on Galentine's Day. If you are a single guy and you go to a bar, it's Galentine's Day, and the girls may be a little, I don't know.
Oh, it's a Friday night.
Drink a little more Friday night. You might have a better chance.
Did you have that extra Cosmo?
You might have a better chance, yes. And the other thing is, if you are with somebody and they decide to, go out tonight with, honey, I'm going out with the girls because it's Galentine's night. You can be in the Fortress of Solitude or just hang out and do whatever you want.
But does that if Galentine's Day is truly for all women?
Yeah.
Or if they're going to recruit their non-single friends, does that give the guys the option to go out themselves?
That's called Sunday at Ford Field or Saturday at the Big House or Spartan Stadium, right?
I don't know.
To some guys.
I guess it depends on how your relationship works.
Right.
There,
I know. To me, I don't know. Guys, a lot of guys they'll have a weekly poker game.
This is true.
Didn't we just end our versions? It's called Sundays during football season.
Kind of.
Yeah. That's basically, yeah.
That's
But if that's all we got, really, that's what we got left.
That's the whole season.
Well, yeah, but it's a Sunday.
Yeah, I don't think it turns. People don't. They still turn up on the Sunday, man, because it starts early.
Oh, right. I mean, and for the married couples, you got to negotiate. Although it feels like everything's a negotiation.
By the way, speaking of Sunday, I just saw today Sport Track or Spot Rack, whatever they're pronounced.
That's the
DJ Reader and Alex Anzalone's contracts were voided at the end of today.
So they are officially going to be free agents, which is not surprising. And there's more to come with that, with the Lions and making cuts before free agency starts. And look, it's an area where if you're looking at the offseason, as we are, they have really tough decisions to make because they are over the cap right now. They have to find ways to get under the salary cap. They need to know if Taylor Decker is going to be playing football this upcoming season or not. If he's not, they're going to save like $11 million. If he wants to play, then they have a decision to make. Do we want to bring him back or do we want to release him? Which is a more difficult decision to make because he can still play at a high level. But there's a savings.
What deadline are you, Gator, giving Taylor Decker in your mind?
It's like March 1st.
Yeah,
I think,
before free agency.
Yeah, just give me some time. But I mean, if you're Brad Holmes, you have got to have your contingency plans anyway. You already know what you're going to do.
Right. And, did they have contingency plans for Ragnow? It appears not. So hopefully they've learned from the lesson. Maybe they did and they didn't, just address it enough. But yeah, I think March 1st is the perfect season ended, January 6th or 7th, whatever. So basically 2 months. He needed some time, he said, which is fine and dandy, but 2 months should be enough time.
You would think. I definitely would think that it's enough time to make that decision. And yet I also can understand that, when the season ends and you've gone through all the injuries you've gone through, that maybe after 2 months, maybe you're still not healed up from everything you want to be healed up from, and you want the extra time, but it's a business. And because it's a business, you got to give the team some kind of notice here and some kind of assuredness what you're going to do. I don't know what he's going to choose to do. My gut tells me he's going to retire. He's had a heck of a career. He's been a really good left tackle in this league for a long time. And, he's gone through a lot. He's gone through surgeries and major injuries, and he still shows up. The way that he's had to practice for the last couple of years, which isn't much of practice, it's just maintaining things so he can get in the game on Sundays, and he's done a good job of that. He's been a warrior for this team, much like Frank Ragnow was. But what Frank Ragnow ended up doing to the team last year, I don't think it was intentional by any means.
No, he screwed them.
But it's, well, for lack of a better word, yes. Yeah. And it's hard to disagree with that because it happened after the draft. It happened after free agency. Lions can get ahead of it now if they know what's on Taylor Decker's mind.
Would you be in favor if he does announce his retirement, or they decide they don't want to bring him back at his cost, whatever, or he's not here on the team, that Sewell automatically goes left?
I prefer that.
Yeah, okay,
because I think it's still the blind side of a right-handed quarterback, so go ahead and do that. And I do think it's easier to find a right tackle than it is to find a left tackle. Mm-hmm. I think that you've got linemen that were playing college football that are eligible for the draft that I think you can hit on a right tackle a lot easier. Not that it would be easy, but I would suspect that it's a high priority for this team. I think tackles in free agency are a high priority too for other teams because every team is going to want to improve their offensive line. Only so many teams can bid on the best players that are available, and the Lions don't have the money to be able to bid. They don't have the cap space.
Correct.
So my thought is they're going to have to look long and hard at the tackles in college football in the draft and end up drafting one of them, probably with one of their first two picks.
Yeah, you would think so, but they also are going to need, I think, a defensive tackle.
Well, I think they need a lot of things. They need a defensive tackle,
they
sure.
They need another edge guy, too, yes.
DJ Reader's gone, and are we sure that we're going to see Lee McNeil return to form?
Is Lopez coming back? You don't want to...
That's a guy I would like to re-sign.
But you don't want to go break the bank for
I don't think you'd have to break the bank for Roy Lopez.
But you'd have to probably pay him more than you paid him last year, though.
They need a safety. They might need two safeties. These are things I'd look at the draft. The positions I'm looking at the draft right now, my early take is offensive tackle, defensive end or edge rusher, and safety. I think you can address a center in free agency, and it doesn't have to be Linderbaum. I'd love it to be Linderbaum, but they don't have them. I don't think they have the cap space for it. But there's a couple other centers out there that would probably be upgrades over what they had last season. So I'd go that route. I'd rather have the veteran playing at center. But those other three positions are ones that I'm looking at. And I'll tell you this is another tough decision they're going to have to make.
Laporta?
Well, Laporta's another one.
Montgomery.
But David Montgomery is the one I was thinking of. Because you can save a little bit of money there. And running backs, unfortunately, the way they are in the league, they're disposable. And it's also a business move, and I think there's a lot of good running backs available in the draft. I really like David Montgomery. I love that he blocks. I love that he catches the ball in the backfield and that he gets the tough yards and always falls forward. But if you have to find ways to save money, that's an area you can save money. The Sam Laporta thing is a whole other ballgame, but yeah, you got to think about that because Sam Laporta is coming off a back injury, and he's going into his fourth and final year under this contract. We'll see. We'll talk to Will Birchfield, Birchie Kid, live from Lakeland as we continue here at 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Michigan State basketball hits the road tonight to take on the Wisconsin Badgers. The Spartans are a slight favorite on FanDuel Sportsbook at 1.5, but DraftKings gives them a larger advantage at -2.5 points. Both teams are coming off big wins against Illinois. Tip-off in that one at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Michigan will take on UCLA tomorrow from the Chrysler Center in Ann Arbor. That will be a nationally televised game at 12:45 as U of M big man Adai Mara will go against his former squad. We also have an update from Lakeland today. Tarek Skubal threw live batting practice for the first time this spring. Beat reporters said Skubal had 4 at-bats and struck out Jahmai Jones, Hao-Yu Lee, and Gleyber Torres in order before ending with a walk against Jones. Tigers begin spring training games next Saturday, the 21st. We will also no longer have NFL franchise report cards, said the league today. The NFLPA will have to get rid of its player grades for each NFL franchise after an independent arbiter ruled the practice violated policies of the collective bargaining agreement. Also, Chris Paul was waived by the Toronto Raptors today and then announced he is officially retiring from basketball after 21 seasons. NBA All-Star Weekend action begins tonight. The Celebrity All-Star Game starts at 7 o'clock, followed by the Rising Stars games. Tomorrow we have the three-point and dunk contests, along with other skills competitions. Then the 3-team round-robin All-Star Game tips off on Sunday at 5 o'clock. You can catch Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren, coached by J.B. Bickerstaff on the USA Stars team. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program. Gator along with Stoney. Stoney's in for Doug. We'll be back on Tuesday's show, and it is time to talk with the Birchie Kid, brought to you by your Metro Detroit Jeep dealers and Will Birchfield down there in Lakeland, Florida, enjoying the early days of spring training. Pitchers and catchers have reported. We're starting to see everybody else kind of come in too, right, Birchie?
Yep, we saw Riley Green today for the first time. Kerry Carpenter is here. He was hitting some bombs today. Gleyber Torres arrived yesterday. He was hitting some bombs. Most of the squad is here. The only maybe big name yet to report is Javi Baez, but he'll be here soon as well. And in the meantime, I am just wheeling around my Lakeland girlfriend, this 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee. So it doesn't get much better than this, fellas.
Hey, Birchie, I was on the other side of the state and was going to come 3.5 hours just to see you and Woj and the Hammer, but I had to come back today. However, I have to say, and I've been reposting, your stuff is so much fun to watch. It's great. It is. It's good.
Thank you, Stoney. That really does mean a lot coming from you, brother. I mean, you are the godfather of Detroit Sports Radio. So in all sincerity, thank you.
Well, from the guy who's sending out videos to every happy, loving couple on Valentine's Day, we can understand why you would appreciate that. What's the?
I'm going to get one for Kenzie. She's going to be thrilled.
Yeah. What's the big news story out there today? What's everybody talking about?
Today is the first quiet day of spring training here relative to the first few days of this week when JV returned and Framber was introduced. Today felt a little more routine, but we did get to see Tarek Skubal, as you guys noted in the update there, throw his first live BP of spring training. I got the pleasure of watching him warm up for about 5 minutes with Chris Stapleton crooning in the background on the speakers over the backfield, and it was it was just the sweet sounds of spring, cowhide smacking leather, a little country music, some cleats on gravel, but then Skubal took the mound and looked more like he was in mid-season form. He only threw 20 pitches, but made very quick work of Jahmai Jones swinging, Gleyber Torres looking, and Hao-Yu Lee, poor Hao-Yu Lee, also swinging. And then Jones ultimately worked a walk. But it was fun to see some real competition for the first time down here in Lakeland. And every single player in camp had a front row seat or a second or third row seat for those matchups. You don't turn down a chance to watch Tarek Skubal pitch live, no matter where it is.
And I saw his last, pitch from renowned video journalist Bob Winowski, and it was cool because not that Wojo actually shot it decently, but the fact of the matter is there was that hug after he was done, and he's ready, man. He's going to be ready.
Yeah, he's ready to go. That was probably the ground ball off the bat of how you lead. I didn't include that in my calculations because that count began at 1-1 or 1-2, I think. So it seemed kind of unfair to Lee to include the out. But yeah, that was the last pitch he threw. And look, he and Jake Rogers, or Sheriff Rogers, as he's known around these parts, thanks to that stash, are as tight as any battery in the league. And the same goes for Dingler. In fact, Skubal got them Rolexes for the second time in a row this year after winning the Cy Young. They're pretty fired up about that. You know what's crazy is there's an open locker between the icons, the stars, Justin Verlander and Tarik Skubal, because you reserve that right when you become a tenured player in this league, and it's basically used to house Justin Verlander's Rolex, which I don't even know how much it costs, but Skubal pointed out yesterday there's a little towel on the top shelf of that empty locker, and it's where JV places his rollie when he arrives and begins work for the day. So you get a sense of the success and accomplishments of a lot of these guys down here.
Yeah, I suspect that in the days and weeks to follow that maybe Tarik Skubal might put one of his own up there. He can afford it now with the $32 million award.
Oh, he said he's got a few, because whenever he gets his catcher's one, he can't resist the urge to get himself one. And he said the issue is that once you get one, your taste rises. And once your taste rises, shocker, the price rises. So he had to restrain himself a little bit. He said his wife said, hold on, Tarik. Do we need to get these 3 exact watches? Can't we go one step down? So, but he's looking out for his boys, and they very much appreciated it.
So he spoke today. I saw. Did you notice anything different about him now that he's richer than he's ever been before, or just the fact that playing, which could be his last season as a Detroit Tiger?
No, he was business as usual. He spoke yesterday, and he talked a little bit about the arbitration, and happy to have that behind him. And I think it was Woj actually who asked him if he can sense the Tigers going all in this year. He didn't take that bait. He said he's always all in to win. And I think in the back of his mind, he has to know, though, that given some of the moves they've made and given where his contract is, this could be his last chance to win big in Detroit. And I'll tell you what, when you walk by the stalls in the clubhouse of that rotation, Mize, Flaherty, Valdez, Verlander, Skubal, you really believe they've got a shot. Casey Mize was saying today he can remember the lean years here. He was drafted, don't forget, just a year after Verlander was traded, and he was hailed as the next great ace for the Tigers. And I asked him, could you ever have imagined teaming up with Justin all these years later in Detroit? And he was like, to be honest, a lot of us have thought about that over the years, the possibility of Justin coming back here. I just never knew if it'd be possible that he'd still be pitching and I'd still be here, but the stars have aligned. And Mize also noted that, I remember coming here when no one thought anything of the Tigers. And even in the back of their own minds, they knew the playoffs, let alone the World Series, were probably a long shot. As he said today, it feels different coming here now, knowing that people around the league have to respect us. And whether we come to your place or you come to ours, you're in for it. And that's a real mood shift here in Lakeland.
With the vibe I'm getting, just, reading and watching the stuff you put out and others, is, we reside in a city right now where I guess it was really started by the Lions, and culture was such a big thing. We've seen that now with the Pistons. And all of a sudden, I know the Tigers, don't let the Tigers get hot. But for spring training, I've never seen this kind of what seems like camaraderie and togetherness. Are you guys noticing that it's different right now than it has been in the past?
Yeah, so to be honest, this is my first time down here, but I've certainly covered this team for a few years. And the tight-knit nature of this team is pretty evident when you just watch them interact in the clubhouse, when you watch them take the field together. Everyone is doing something with someone else. They move in packs, they move in groups, and even the starting pitcher is all coming to Valdez's introductory press conference, and then all coming again for JV's. And Skubal was like, I didn't even think much of that because that's the bare minimum. Like, of course you would show support for your guys because, we have to make it clear that we're going to have each other's backs all year long. And, it does feel like the makings here of, a pretty special team. Like, take even a guy like Jake Miller, who is a 25-year-old invite to big league camp for the first time, a pitcher who hasn't made it past Double-A, and he recently got his locker moved into that same corridor with Verlander, Skubal, Valdez, Flaherty, and Mize. And Skubal said yesterday, dude, I would have been petrified if I was in that position when I was a young player coming up into the big leagues. And we talked with Jake Miller today, and he was like, they've been so great about trying to make me feel welcome. He was like, the first thing I did was call my dad and told him, like, dude, I'm in a row of lockers with Verlander and Skubal. This is insane. And, Skubal said he's made it a point to try and come by with a water or a banana for Jake Miller. And Miller was like, dude, I should be the one bringing water to them. But just one way of highlighting that there is a real team culture down here.
Yeah, we've been talking about the excitement level of all the professional teams here in town, and even when you throw Michigan State hockey and basketball in the mix, it's like you don't know who to be most excited about because everybody's got just these high aspirations of where to go and high expectations now. But with the Tigers, I think this is the most excited we've been as a fan base since the year that they went out and signed Prince Fielder out of the blue. Like, nobody expected that to happen. It happened right before spring training, and there it goes. And then they started. Everybody gets excited. Miggy shifted over to third base for about a week, and then he took the ground ball off the face, and he left him with a scar in the baseball game against the Yankees. But do you get that same sense? Like, are people talking about it down there? Are you guys in the media now that you're all there together and you got time to have some beers at night and talk things over? What is the general feeling about this excitement level with the team?
Yeah, there's a sizzle in the air, no doubt about it. And I think it's heightened even by the presence of two of the top prospects in baseball. And Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal are here. And feels to me like at least McGonigal is going to impact this season in some way, shape, or form. So on the one end of the spectrum, you have the team adding these established stars, Valdez and Verlander. And on the other end, you have these stars in the making who are knocking on the door of the big leagues, and it all coalesces into the feeling that this team is on the verge of doing big things and possibly doing big things for a long time. And maybe that's something that sets them apart from those great teams of yesteryear that were full of star veteran players, but we're lacking in the way of homegrown talent, of prospects rising through the system. Right now, it feels like both things are happening at once, and that's a huge credit to Scott Harris and his team.
Final thing from me, Birchie, because it's mostly pitchers there, as you said. What are the expectations from AJ and Federer on Troy Melton?
It's a good question. It's crazy. His name hasn't come up a whole lot yet in camp, and he felt like he was going to be a central figure before Valdez arrived and then JV arrived. I will ask AJ that tomorrow, Stoney. I'm glad you brought that up. I can't speak for them because they haven't spoken about him yet. I would guess, though, that they would prefer to have Melton continue to take on a starter's workload in AAA than to pitch in short outings out of the bullpen in Detroit. Right now, obviously, there isn't a place for him in the rotation, so we'll see how that shakes out, but they still love his arm as much as anyone's in the system.
Crazy to think we got baseball a week from tomorrow is the first game of the exhibition season. They'll take on the Yankees a week from tomorrow. It's awesome. Birchie, thanks for your time as always, and have a good time out there.
Yeah, not too hard. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, take care. Will Birchfield, our reporter out there in Lakeland, Florida, giving us the update on what's happening with the Tigers in spring training. Nothing but excitement right now, as it should be.
Damn right.
248-539-9797, telephone number. This is 97.1. So we kind of had this theme going with the show today about, excitement with each of our local teams because the professional teams have done a great job right now and excited about what they're about to step into, whether it's the Tigers in spring training, Lions in the offseason, the Red Wings and Pistons ready to enter the playoff fray when their seasons come to the regular seasons come to an end. Michigan State hoops and hockey are all of them are doing great. But when it comes to football, Stoney, lots of people are coming up with their lists for teams to what they have to work on in the off season, and we've done it ourselves on the show and seeing different publications say what they're going to say. And I came across this from the Athletic, and they were talking about off season needs for each team. And when it came to the Lions, it said that they met with running back Jahmyr Gibbs last week in San Francisco and asked him what needs to change to get Detroit back into the playoffs. Details and health were the crux of his answer, though a revamped offensive line is the biggest need. So the biggest change to get Detroit back into the playoffs, he says, details and health. While I agree wholeheartedly with health would make a massive difference, I don't know if they can get healthy enough with all of their players. I suspect that they can't, but can they get healthy enough to compete for a Super Bowl is always the big question. But details, what do you think they meant by detail?
Well, I think especially he meant from the offensive side of the ball, and it was, I think TJ used to bring this up, the biggest difference that they had with losing Ben Johnson was not play calling per se. It was during the week where we never got to see it, but he was a hard ass on details, where you lined up, where you made your cut, which way you read a block from everybody in the offense. And that's part of the reason why you saw a lot of, it seemed like more, pre-snap penalties, things like that really hampered this team. So I think that's what he's talking about, that under John Morton and then later even when Campbell took over, the details that Ben Johnson was a perfectionist on and a hard ass on, they lack that. And I think they need to get back to that is what he's referring to. It's just a guess, but that's what I think he means.
Yeah, I find it interesting that that word is out there because that tells me, okay, then from a player standpoint, that they think that the personnel is fine. It's just we have to do the little things, which is something that is said after every single game. Mm-hmm. And it's something that's said every Tuesday when we talk to Jared Goff. He'll say the same word, and everybody says the same word over and over and over again. And the word is execution. Mm-hmm. And it gets to be annoying after a while, but it's annoying because it's true.
Right.
That it's one word that you don't like to hear because you want to hear something different, and yet it's the one that makes the most sense of all. If you execute the plays, then you're going to have success. And to me, details and execution, it just might be they might be synonymous.
And every team goes through the same thing. You see some of the all 22 shots from the Super Bowl, and there were a few plays where the Patriots actually got guys wide open and May just overthrew. Or conversely, Darnold, everybody's talking about how, he won a Super Bowl, but he didn't exactly play a great game. He just played a mistake-free game. As far as turnover,
the old game manager,
right? As far as turnovers, but there were a lot of plays on both teams that, if they were executed properly, their touchdowns are long gains.
Yeah, and we've seen that. I mean, when the game comes down to a play or two, that's where it really shows through.
Yes.
Like when you go back to the NFC Championship game and you had the handful of plays that happened in a very short period of time, whether it was a drop on fourth down or a drop on third down or, a ball that goes off the face mask and hand of a defensive back who's your sixth defensive back in the game.
Or your running back fumbling deep in his own territory.
Exactly, right. Things like that. It's all about the little details that you have to be mindful of and in the way that you can or cannot execute a play. But when a player says details and health, I think it's interesting because it's almost, I don't want to put words in his mouth. It's the way I interpret it, that it's perhaps ignoring what might be the bigger issue, which is finding better personnel at certain positions.
Yes.
Which is what they're going to have to look at in this offseason as much as anything else.
And partly because of health is the reason they have to do that with the offensive line, because if Ragnow was healthy, he'd still be on this team, and if he was healthy, we wouldn't have these questions about Decker.
Right. And maybe John Morton is still the OC. I don't know.
That's true, too.
There's a lot out there. There's a lot of change that's going to happen with this Lions team in the offseason, and maybe the biggest change of all is going to be having a new offensive coordinator when they get Petzing in here. We'll see. Drew Petzing. 248-539-9797, a telephone number. Brian's in Detroit. Brian, you're next up here, 97.1.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Brian.
Fellas, listen, we need to look in the mirror. Ever since that NFC Championship game, it's been going downhill. Yes, they were 15-2. They went out in the first round. Then they didn't make the playoff this year. They was in last place. And we talk about a coordinator that left, and he was great with the details. He's not the head coach. Campbell, the head coach, that's his responsibility. Man, we got to look in the mirror with the Lions.
Well, I think personally, Brian, I think Dan Campbell's a better, for lack of a better term, a CEO, and the details are in with under the coordinators and the position coaches. That's personally. But look, you're right. If they digress, if they continue to go in the wrong direction, yeah, he's on the hot seat. There's no doubt about it.
Listen, fellas, we still thinking is that team that came off that NFC Championship game.
I don't think
That's
so
not
anymore.
The team.
I don't think we are anymore.
They were in last place. And all the problems they got, the injuries, they got to take care of on both sides of the ball. Man, the Lions not as close as people think. People run around here thinking, and some of the fans and some of the hosts on the station thinking, they actually are a good team. They were in last place. That's what they are, a last place team.
I think thanks for the call, Brian. I always appreciate it. I think with the Lions, it's a good to great team when they're healthy, and when they're not, they're an average team. But it's hard to look. I can't argue because they lost to. I keep bringing this up. When they lost to the Vikings on Christmas Day, they lost all credibility. You know, you lost to a quarterback and Brosman that nobody thought was going to be anything, and he wasn't. The defense was great that day for the Lions because in large part because they were great, but the quarterback was pathetic, and yet they still lost.
Here's the thing, and look, I agree with him. I don't think they're a great team at all. Are they a good team? You know, semantically, yeah, they still had a winning record if you care about that, even though they were in last place. But how many really good teams are there? And when we're talking about like details and one play here, one play there, don't take this the wrong way as an excuse and all that, okay? But if you think about it, if the correct offensive interference call was not made against Tesla, against Pittsburgh, they win that game, and I guarantee you if they won that game, they weren't going to lose in Minnesota, and they would have been in the playoffs with a record of 11-6. And the record would have been certainly better than the last place team, but they still weren't. There's so many teams
they still
are in
had
that
all the injuries, and they still would have.
Yeah, they weren't a Super Bowl team at all. They were a good team, but they're not a horrible, and they're not great, and they have to get better. Brian's right on that. I don't think anybody's sitting around saying, Lions are a Super Bowl contender. Yeah. I don't think they are right now.
Well, I would say this. I also don't think Dan Campbell's anywhere near a hot seat.
No, I said if they have another season where it's gone from NFC Championship game to, second round because they got to bye,
right,
to not making the playoffs to worse than not making the playoffs, that's you have to look at it.
You would have to look at it, of course, but and everything you have to look at the circumstances that are there, or what made you go that way. I mean, look, if they lose their quarterback in week 3 to a season-ending injury, you can understand why things go that way, which is what you look at in the AFC. Just about every team lost their quarterback for some period of time, and it's tough, and that's what, knock on wood. One of the main reasons the Lions have been good is they've had stability with the quarterback position since Jared Goff got here, but when they've been a good football team, starting with a 9-8 season, going to the 12-5 and the 15-2. Last year was tough to overcome a lot what they were trying to overcome. Offensive line not the same, and injuries again. It was disappointing. For sure, it was disappointing, and we expect this team to get better. And but I'm not sure how much better they can get because of the cap space issue that they have, which is something we're going to be continuing to monitor throughout the offseason and see what they do to maneuver with that cap. I suspect we're going to hear something in the next 2 weeks regarding not only Taylor Decker, but also restructuring of contracts with Jared Goff and maybe Amon-Ra St. Brown to free up some cap space because they've got to sign some more players. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Football questions next on 97.1.
Hey, I love going to Planet Fitness, not just because it gets me in physical shape as I try to get away from the gut, as my wife was. My wife says, Michael, you're all gut, no butt. Well, part of the reason no butt is because I, do some workouts, I'll tell you. But Planet Fitness is the best, and I love the cardio stuff that they have there. I go to the one in West Bloomfield. I'm a big fan of the recumbent bike, the elliptical, all that really great stuff. They got, obviously, every type of strength machine they have, hack squats, supine benches, the seated calf raise, everything you want. And they have a very affordable membership. $15 a month. That's what you think it is. However, now it is, like I said, $15 a month. Here's the deal. Now through the end of the month, start the year strong because it's still only the second month of the year. $1 down, $15 a month. You heard me right. $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness, judgment-free zone, helps you feel great physically and mentally as well. Now open in Detroit. They got Harbortown, Waterford North on Dixie Highway. Find your nearest club and join today. In club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
I hope you're happy with yourself.
Why's that, Gator?
Watching during commercial break, there's some figure skating going on, and I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. Let you know who it was, but somebody had a rough go with a figure skating routine. I don't think they were one of the favorites.
Okay, so
this young gentleman took a couple headers, and you saw the second one. And you started to laugh.
Yeah. I think it's funny. When people fall, like when you see runway models, like on the runway when they fall, like because their heels are too high or whatever, they slip. That's funny.
Well, I mean that's a different kind of funny, right? Because it's not a. I mean, it's not.
I know they've been
judged.
They've been trying their whole lives for this. I get all that, but you can't help it. Like I showed you the video of a guy running into the pommel horse off the vault. And you, I would never laugh. And you saw it, and you laughed. And you laughed.
It was hard not to.
I want one of the male figure skaters to one day just show up wearing like, I don't know, like me, like a hoodie and a jeans or something. They don't have to look so, for lack of a better term, flamboyant.
Well, these are costumes, I believe. They go with their dances.
I don't know if the hoodie is all that aerodynamic.
Well, whatever. A T-shirt.
This theme might be the 8 Mile soundtrack. I don't know. Maybe he's B Rabbit Stoney and he wants to go out there and do that dance, right? That would work.
That's fine. Right? Yeah.
Just don't know.
Yeah.
We were discussing this a little bit before the show. As we're getting into the Olympics here now, it's a week into it. Anybody an expert yet? You're already an expert on the Olympics?
No.
Do you feel like you really got a handle on things? You start to call things out and teach other people? Because I will tell you that from moment one, Doug is already, like, if curling was on, he's watching it and he sees where the stones or rocks are set up, and he's telling me what I would do is you gotta put it on the left side and go down this line.
Well,
because you're going the other line here.
But your sweeper will be able to help you.
I mean,
you know what I never knew about curling? I never knew it was mixed doubles.
Well, they can be. They have mixed doubles. They have team. They have individual.
I knew there was men. I knew there was women. I didn't know they had mixed. Like I know they have it like mixed doubles at Wimbledon and things like that, but never really cared that much. I don't know. Curling is very interesting. There's no doubt about it. And,
Doug loves himself some curling.
Well, he just doesn't want to say why, because the Scandinavian countries, the women in the curling are pretty damn hot usually.
I will tell you that is the last thing on Doug's list of why he loves curling.
Doug actually likes it.
No, he
That's
actually
so
likes
mad
it.
at me.
Yeah, it's about Canadian relatives and getting into it and wagering and being at the bar and there's nobody there and the only thing on is curling and he fell in love with it.
By the way, we should mention that Chris Paul has retired. He got waived again. He goes down. He's definitely NBA, right? I mean, the best player, never even sniff a championship. I mean, he did go to the finals once with the Monty Williams-led Phoenix Suns when they lost to Giannis and the Bucks. But, Chris Paul, really good player, great player. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame, but no ring. He's in the club.
Well, with Charles Barkley, I mean,
Dominique Wilkins. There's quite a few.
Some people that were trying to chase it. Did the Jazz ever win it?
No.
So Karl Malone's on that list.
Yeah,
John Stockton.
Yeah.
Stockton.
There's quite a few.
A ton. Patrick Ewing. They played in the Jordan era. They got screwed. The 2 years Jordan retired, Houston won it. So it's like
that's right. So Hakeem got his.
Hakeem got his.
Yeah.
Clyde Drexler got his.
Got his. Yeah.
But, it's interesting. Chris Paul never played in the Eastern Conference.
I guess did he never play a game with Toronto?
Chris Paul.
Yeah, he retired today. He was waived by Toronto today.
When he's with the Hornets, Tony, they weren't. They
were in the West because it was New Orleans, Oklahoma City.
Okay,
is what they said.
He was a great player. I think we all agree. Chris Paul was an excellent player.
And actually, he always had the reputation of being not a very good playoff player. He actually averaged more points per game in the playoffs than he did in the regular season, which is strange.
Do you like his commercials?
He had some good ones from what I remember.
Pretty good.
He's okay. He seems like a decent enough guy.
They brought up Chris Paul to bring here at one point this year to that veteran leadership, but I said to them, he's not the guy to put you over the hump. He's actually the last guy to put any team over the hump because he's never done it.
He's never done it.
And now he's actually retired.
Now he's done.
Yeah. If I would have wanted the Pistons to get somebody, I suggested a few weeks ago the guy who was leading the league in 3-point shooting, which was Luke Kennard. If he's going to stay in the margins, I thought he offered, more than Kevin Herter, to be quite honest with you.
Well, he's a better shooter,
right,
for sure, and but they didn't,
right.
And
or the Knicks with Alvarado, boy, he would fit this team, wouldn't he? He plays like really aggressive. He's a good player coming off the bench. That would have been a good signing.
Well, they seem to really like what Kevin Herter brings outside of just shooting, which he hasn't shot well this year. But what they keep talking about is basketball IQ, and he knows where you're supposed to be. And look, he needs to know what his role is, and he knows what his role is. I don't know if that was a move ever to think about. Certainly not to put this team over the top, because they didn't make any move to put them over the top. I think what the Pistons are doing is relying on their own bench that they already have existing to keep doing what they're doing, and it should be good enough to get through the East, and we'll see what happens in the finals if they get there.
Let's be honest, Kevin Herter wouldn't make if the Nick Wright from the Bill Simmons podcast said the best way to cure the All-Star game is to have blacks versus whites. I don't think Herter would even make the all-white team.
Wow, that is a horrible idea.
Oh, come on! I bet you the ratings would be out of control. It'd be great.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Well, I mean,
would they be out of control if they still didn't try?
Well,
that's the point, right? Because he said it because he thinks they would try.
I think they would try.
I don't think they'll ever try. That's the problem with the whole game itself, unfortunately.
Well, maybe it'll just go away like the Pro Bowl went away.
Possible.
I don't want to find more ways to divide us as a country and use the NBA All-Star game as reason for that.
I don't think it would divide the country.
Well, we're calling it blacks versus whites?
Well, I don't know if you call it that. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Ebony and Ivory. Then you can have a biracial team coached by Jason Kidd. You got, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson together again.
Captain Hot Take at it again. Let him do what he's going to do, I guess. But I'm glad that's not that's something that's really being discussed.
Now, Rico is a Chris Paul fan, if I'm not mistaken.
Rico is a black man.
No,
so, Rico, how do you
deal
with this?
No. I'm representing Team Black. All right.
Yeah.
Where are we going with this?
No, I was just asking. You're a Chris Paul fan, I believe, correct? Are you were?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he retired. He just retired.
David hated him.
Right.
I was like neither here or there with him. David just hates him.
Best player never to win a title, or is he as good as Stockton, Malone, Barkley, Dominique? Those are just the four off the top of my head.
Yeah, he's in the Mount Rushmore of best guys who never won a title. He chased them. Yeah. Kind of like Karl Malone did at the end when he was a Laker.
Right.
Yeah, Malone and Gary Payton.
Charles Barkley, yeah.
What's coming up on the program this afternoon?
We're going to a little bit of Valentine's Day talk, a little bit of college hoops talk later on, who said it, and an interesting question for Lions fans. You want Max Crosby, but would you take him at this price?
Interesting. Stoney, thank you very much. Look forward to hearing you in Two Cuts tomorrow. Thanks, Kang. And 97.1.
Well, people, we have something very special. It's serendipitous as we start a Friday because we were going to kind of needle Kenny a little bit because this is his first Valentine's Day as a married man. But if you're watching this on whatever apparatus you do such things, you will see the silver fox to my left and opposite of Rico. That's Mike Stone. Mike Stone.
Do you know who called me the Silver Fox first?
No.
In a Zoom interview.
I was hoping it was your wife, but
Jamal Williams.
What?
Yep.
Like our weird stuffed animal hat wearing running back Jamal Williams.
Yes.
Called you the Silver Fox.
Yeah, because he was doing a press conference and I asked a question and whatever. He said I was the Silver Fox.
Fascinating.
Yes.
But Stoney was a little bit loose with his games. He did a blind rank that plays right into where Rico and I were going to start. So, the godfather of radio, Kenny, we're going to go right into it. I need the production for the blind rank because Kenny Cott is under the microscope. He's under the bright lights.
Oh.
We're jumping right into it.
Okay.
Kenny's first Valentine's Day is a married man and potentially his last. But you don't know these days. Kenny, music, Godfather, let's dance.
All right. Kenny Cott. First Valentine's Day as a married man.
Boy, this is real terrifying, guys. All right, what do we got?
Blind rank the top 10 gifts that a man should give a woman for Valentine's Day.
Now, are we talking about like the cliche traditionals, or are we talking about right here, right now, today?
Well, you'll see, because I give them
All right,
and
sure,
you just
yeah, go
rank
for it.
them. You ready? Here we go.
Number one answer.
Hold on, ready? Here we go. Chocolate. Chocolate hearts, whatever you want.
Chocolate, I would say, as a generality, is a strong top 3 answer because it's evergreen.
Okay.
It could
But remember, when you place this, you don't get
No, I
to do the
understand how it
switcheroo there,
works.
Tito. All right.
I'll say I'll put it at 3 because I feel like there's definitely going to be better ones, but it's
Okay.
a staple and it's a classic, so it's got to be in that top 3.
Okay.
Exactly.
The Valentine's Day card.
Card's good. Not good enough though. It doesn't. I don't think it cracks my top 5. I'll put card at 8. Let me start writing these down. Actually,
I got you. I'm taking care of this because I know you're under stress and we've ambushed you.
it's all good.
All right, here we go. Next up, romantic dinner. It could be at a great restaurant. It could be at White Castle. It could be at your own house. You could prepare a great dinner.
Chateau LeBlanc.
Well,
Would you like chicken rings with that?
this is definitely turning into rakes all over my face. I understand this, but if we're doing a dinner for Valentine's Day, that's after dinner. If we're doing dinner for Valentine's Day, I'm presuming we're going to a nicer place.
Yes.
Got to be above chocolates.
But that would require you to wear a shirt with buttons.
I can
Are you
do
okay with
that.
that?
I can accomplish this task. I'll put that at 2 with the assumption that something great's going to be available at number 1.
It's okay. So romantic dinner is 2. Dinner. All right, next up.
Jeez.
No. Lingerie.
I mean, this really.
For Kenny or for her?
All right, Jesus.
Little Marv Albert action.
Yes.
Hey, Kenny?
Yes.
Kenny? Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Stop it. Everybody stop it.
Yes. Who found my pink panties? Yes.
We're 5 minutes into the show and rakes everywhere. Geez. I would put, I mean, that really depends on the woman, right? Like her taste.
This is about your rank.
Well, it's definitely somewhere between chocolate and card.
That's a wide breadth.
I'll put that at 6.
6. Lingerie.
I got you.
Just because not for everybody. It varies in taste.
Okay. Jewelry.
See, jewelry, expensive, and you have to know what they like. this is one of those high-end things.
But it's your first Valentine's Day as a married man. You do know her, I hope.
I would hope so also. I'll say jewelry. You know what? I'll burn the one spot. Give me jewelry at 1 because it's a once in every so often gift, but it's very expensive and very important.
Okay.
Nope.
Next up, lovemaking.
I mean, I wish I wouldn't have burned that one spot at this point. Well, if we're putting lingerie at 6, exactly right. I'll put lovemaking at 5.
Okay.
So you left 4 open.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm an optimistic man.
All right. Next up, day at the spa.
Ooh, day at the spa. You know what? That's a good 4. That's a solid 4, actually. I'll place that right at 4.
Okay. Heart-shaped pizza.
Heart-shaped pizza. That's a 10. I'm assuming there's 10 slots. Is that what we're doing here? All right, so 10. Yeah, I'll put that at 10.
Now, Kenny, that is surprising for you though, because you are a pizza guy.
Right. It seems, but that's a little self-serving though. At least the card is for her. The chocolate is for her. The dinner, the spa, that's for her.
She doesn't like pizza?
She likes pizza, but
I knew the lingerie was for him. I knew it.
I'm gonna jump through this glass right here, Mike. Damn it.
Lace panties.
Yes.
Next up, flowers.
Rico's at it.
What slots remind me?
You
what
have
slots do I have?
7 and 9 available.
7 and 9. Boy, I put lingerie a little high. I'll put that at 7.
Okay.
So whatever's coming next has to be 9.
Yes.
All right.
And actually, it deserves 10. A cameo by me.
Yeah, I would have switched it with the pizza. I would have switched that with the pizza. That's a great call by you.
Mike Stone.
There we go.
Hold on. Are you serious? You do those?
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't know that?
Yeah.
He's not even the only one at the station that does that.
No.
I do them very occasionally.
I think Gator does one.
I'm probably the cheapest.
Hey, man, Mark Ryan will show up at your house. All right?
Listen.
Wait.
I would pay him to go away.
Wait. Mark Ryan dressed up as Cupid. Where's that rank?
In Kenny's lingerie.
To show up to Kenny's house.
Mark Ryan in a nightie, live on Cameo.
I've done the best ones I've done have been like for fantasy football draft orders and things like that.
Oh,
They're pretty
goodness.
fun. Yeah.
All right, so here's the top 10. This is the Kenny Cott first year married man Valentine's Day presented by Stoney. At 10, a heart-shaped pizza. 9, a cameo by Stoney, which honestly I think we're going to do anyways. I think she deserves a cameo from Mike Stone.
We're definitely not doing that. That's for sure.
At 8, a card. 7, flowers. Kenny's favorite, lingerie at 6.
Again, wrong.
Coitus at 5. Spa at 4. Chocolates 3. Romantic dinner at 2. And Kenny says jewelry is the number 1 Valentine's Day gift as a married
man.
I think Kenny did
I think this
well,
did a pretty good job.
What is your biggest regret here?
Stoney being higher than pizza. That to me is egregious.
I was about to say,
usually the only time I have pizza is when I'm really high. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean,
Would you put too low, Kenny?
Geez, I probably put. You know what?
Chocolate probably at 3.
Chocolate probably, I think, is actually a little high. I would have put lovemaking above it because, I mean.
That's what I meant, a high, low, whatever.
That's what I'm talking about. No.
Okay.
If we stumbled into here.
Fun. That's
okay.
what.
This is no fun.
Michael.
Lovemaking, and then once the commercial break is over, you can go back to the show.
So did you ever hear of Valentine's Day before today?
No.
Just hit me there. Rico.
I heard it. I heard it driving in, and I'm like, okay, they're making things up again on middays, and then I just kept it moving.
Wait, Galentine?
Yeah, I had no idea what Valentine's Day was. Valentine's Day is apparently it's a day where women go out together the day before Valentine's Day to like bars and things like that, just girls.
And we have a name for it. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta stop.
I never heard of Sweetest.
Here's my question.
I never heard of Sweetest Day until I moved
Well,
here.
that's not a real thing.
made up.
That's not a real thing.
It's a made-up Michigan holiday.
Yeah.
That's just that's like a social experiment to find out who the dumbest human beings are. Oh, they celebrate Sweetest Day?
Yeah.
Idiots. Listen.
You didn't grow up here.
No, thankfully. The point is it bad? Almost every one of our drops fits this topic seamlessly. It's not even like I called up a different page. This is our everyday currency. No, they all fit this crap.
Along with Rieger.
Mike Stone, you're wonderful. Thank you for
have a wonderful weekend.
Donating a few moments of your time. We appreciate it.
Saturday
That's
with
Mike Stone.
Saturday with Brendan, starting Saturday at 9 a.m.
Oh boy,
this tomorrow.
Enjoy that. He'll be happy to tell you how right he is about things nobody cares about. It'll be very exciting. I got 7 games on the button. Good for you. Enjoy. Listen though, Brendan's got talent. Mike, beat him up a little bit. Show him what's going on.
We'll try.
Just do you. Show up and be sober. Be ready to rock. All right. That's Mike Stone. Let's take care of some business. That's Mike Stone. If you're betting the winter games on FanDuel, then God help you. But whatever. It's a free country. It's not North Korea.
Plus 8,000. It's worth the risk.
Yeah, Rico's still waiting for Italy's goalie to get healthy again. FanDuel gives you more ways to play. I don't know if that's a great idea, but here it is. Curling matches. I could see Kenny doing that for Valentine's Day. Rifling bets, curling. It's FanDuel. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Okay, now we really can start the show. Kenny was a good sport, but Stoney, the ambush. Look, this is your first weekend without football. It also does fall on Valentine's Day. It's Kenny's first Valentine's Day as a married man. Valentine's Day is not a big thing in my relationship. We collectively view it as a Hallmark holiday, but this is a big deal for Kenny. It's his first one as a married man. You work your way towards Valentine's Day not being a thing. You work towards it. That's a life goal. But Kenny, what is your actual plan here? No football. You got nothing. You got no hockey. You have no outs. Your woman knows you. You got nothing.
Let me guess.
What are you doing?
Kenny, brunch.
So brunch was my knee jerk because that's our usual go-to date. And there's a place that we just discovered that we realize is probably one of the better brunch places around town.
And
she
now
loves it.
And now if you go to brunch, you don't have to worry about rushing back for a game.
I don't have to worry about rushing back for anything. I'm fine. We can go out whenever we want. And plus there's also the option of doing a little bit of shopping because it's in a downtown area. We can, walk around, hold hands, do the whole thing. But I don't think, and to me, the Valentine's thing in my relationship has never been, and I'll be open with it, it's never been a big deal. I think I'm similar to Mike in that way, is that Valentine's Day has never been a marquee relationship holiday. She doesn't even, I've attempted the flowers and chocolates thing before. She does like chocolate. I'll probably end up getting her some chocolate or something like that. The flowers thing has never been her thing. I've gotten her flowers before, and she's like, oh, I don't know what to... Okay, I guess. She's not a flowers woman. She's not a big into those types of things.
Here's what we wanted to do. Take a segment or two. We got a lot of ground to cover today, including I think Rico's got an unbelievable Lions question for you guys. Do you have any tips for Kenny? I mean, look, it is his first year as a married man, but also, fellas, you got no outs. Valentine's Day falls on the first weekend. There is no football. There is no hockey because the NHL is a dumb poverty league who decides to take 3 weeks off at the height of their playoff chase. There is no basketball. It's NBA All-Star Weekend, and Lord knows there's no baseball. People, you have nothing.
Yeah. Enjoy it this year because next year you will have football. You'll have the Super Bowl.
Right, and that could supersede Valentine's Day. I don't think any rational woman is going to sit there and not understand it's Super Bowl Sunday. What is your game plan this weekend, but also do you have tips for Kenny? Because hey, you can arrive at a place for Valentine's Day, doesn't matter. Kenny, she might be setting you up for a fail. You always accuse us of rakes. I think she's setting you up with a rake.
See, this is why I'm in a healthy relationship as opposed to my work relationships that just hit me in the face with rakes.
Kenny.
She's not the type of person that sets those little booby traps in relationships. It's not the way it works.
I think the people are going to side with me on this. It's your first year being married. Even if it's a one-off, I don't think you can approach this and go, she doesn't want anything anyway. That's a rake. I think you got to deliver year one. Every year after that is going to be different.
By deliver, you mean what? Like something?
I think he's got to show up proper here for one Valentine's Day.
See, I think what you have originally, your knee-jerk, you guys love brunches. Like you go to brunch more
than
our
thing. Yeah, exactly.
Anybody that I know, and I'm not. That's not. So, yeah, I just figured, you know what? We're going to make a nice day of this if the weather's nice.
So the idea I originally had, and this could be altered, obviously, but the original idea was we go to this brunch spot we discovered. We love this place. She's always wanted to try this ice cream place that's downtown in the town close by us. We go there, then we get some chocolates, and then, the day is done. I think that's a solid day one
listen,
Valentine's.
I'm just saying, you couldn't get away with nothing here.
No, I agree. I agree with.
You haven't earned that status.
Right. And he's finished the day up enough that if something interesting happens, you can still, you know what? Let's do that as well. Or let's just go ahead and watch something on Netflix.
Paul did point out that to me during the break that there is USA hockey on. So,
No.
Okay, that's not the move.
Again, year 2 through 200 in marriage, you might get away with that. You cannot on year 1.
That would be year 5 because Olympics.
People offer your help to Kenny. Kenny, text communications after Mike Stone was kind enough to ambush you to start the show.
Yeah, there's a lot of feedback on that coming in already. Is Kenny nailed it, minus the fact that we know he wanted the heart-shaped pizza at number 1.
That if Kenny was being totally honest, that would be number 1.
For him, yes. Here, hubby, here's your gift. It's a heart-shaped pizza. Cool.
If I was doing the selfish list, it would be the sex, the pizza, and the lingerie in no particular order. But it's not the selfish list.
In no particular. Why do I really feel like that pizza would be number one for him?
It would be making a strong
If
run.
she only knew. All right, go ahead.
John in Florida, Kenny, a good Valentine's Day gift is a Pandora bracelet and charm. And then you have to buy her one every year. That's a continuous year gift.
If you get locked into that, don't do that.
Big G has just texted as well. He is saying absolute rake status. You are walking into a snake pit. You have to deliver year one. And that's for my dad. Okay? Kenny, you just do a little extra, or she's never gonna let you hear the end of it.
You know what's funny, though, is and you're right, I will do something. It's not going to be a nothing Valentine's Day. There has to be a big thing that happens, but she's not the type to get upset.
Okay. All right.
If that's the case.
Listen, and at one point, gremlins were furry, and then you pour water on them, and they're gremlins. I don't test the theory.
People also discovering Galentine's Day, people were baffled when it was brought up.
It's not a thing. That's a grift, once again, a social experiment to find the dumbest people in society.
Also,
Valentine's Day? What are we doing?
Shout out Stoney. I bought a Cameo from Stoney, and it was the best money I ever spent.
Oh, we're doing that too. Your wife's going to have a real treat.
But you're not going to, though. That's the funny part about this. You're not going to do that.
Why would you be upset if I did?
I'd be a little upset.
Then I won't do it. I don't want to do things to upset.
No, it would be fun.
It'd be
a good bit. As long as we can
I
record
don't
it.
want to upset Kenny.
As long as we can record it for the show, I'd be down.
Oh, trust me. There's certain people that if they ever go on to Cameo, you got a Cameo coming.
No.
Yeah, we've discussed this with a number of different athletes.
I'd be upset.
GM or
no,
two.
I don't want that.
Hey, little Mikey. Hope everything goes well. Oh, I'll be like,
what are you, Smokey Robinson?
No, right. I'm like, he's a 6-year-old and he's your biggest fan.
Hey, Mike, it's Eli. Just wanted to tell you.
Yeah, right. That mouth breather. He'd fog up the camera. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, pal. What's the word?
Hey, Kenny, I just want to talk to you, man. It's my first Valentine's Day as a married man, and I think this is my mindset going into it. Year one, we got to set the tone, man. We just gotta get the job done, set the tone, set the expectations for next year, and take it 1 year at a time, man.
You answered that like a hockey player answers after a first intermission.
Chris entered the room like Herb Brooks. Yeah. Right. One shift at a time, one period at a time, one game at a time.
We set the tone right here.
I don't think he's wrong, by the way.
9 times out of 10, they could beat us, but we got one game tonight, and we're going to win this one tonight.
Chris, I think Chris's advice is solid because Kenny was ready to whistle by the graveyard, and I'm telling you, he'll get himself in trouble.
No, I wasn't ready to whistle by the grave. I think he's right. We do got to set the tone here. Come on, boys.
And that's why I figured, you know what? The brunch thing. That's what I said. Kenny, just do brunch. Stay in your wheelhouse. Don't do anything extra.
And establish precedent. It's our thing already right now. That's helpful.
Yeah, make it special. I don't have to rush back for a game. Let's take a walk. Let's go get ice cream.
Whatever. And then here's the bonus. By the time the day is done, he can order him. That's inappropriate. Then he gets to go home and order himself a pizza that potentially could be shaped like a heart.
I think Kenny is calling his own shot right now.
Fair.
He's the one hitting the buttons.
I'm Babe Ruth over here.
Okay. Hey, listen, respect. What are you pointing?
I was doing the Babe Ruth point.
Okay, I didn't know if that meant business or okay. Now I understand. I was like, geez, man, are we really? We have some time here. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy? Mikey.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
There he is. What's good, man?
Hey, I just want to tell Kenny, man, he got to he got to go out the ordinary, man. I've been married 15 years. Hey, Kenny, if you don't do nothing special, man, you're going to be on the couch with that hot dog roller.
Is the hot dog roller a part of Valentine's Day?
It was not a part of my plans, but, you can talk me into it pretty easily.
I think you should listen. You should listen to caller Mike. Go a little extra tomorrow. Don't just do the brunch.
You got to do the extra, man. I've been married 15 years. You got to go all out, Kenny.
And again, Mike, it's his first year. He could set the tone, and then it kind of levels out a little bit. He's fine. But year one, nah, man, she's setting you up.
Yeah, she go, hey, you got to do it, man.
Yeah, you're both right. I got to set the tone. We got to set a precedent for every Valentine's Day. Roberts.
Just ridiculous by Kenny. You know, I tell you, you better hope she's not listening. You better hope she, and if her friends are listening, you're hurting yourself.
I don't think she's listening, but I do have an army of people that tell me that they're going to tell her about things that happen on the show when her name comes up.
Good. Hope you're happy hitting your little buttons over there.
Yeah, because you know some of your friends love our show.
Okay.
What did I miss? Is there a joke there?
There is.
People that are on the bus and people that are not on the bus.
Yeah. So
wait,
I'll explain it in the break.
What?
I'll explain it.
Is it really? Okay, that's okay. You know what? Take his buttons away.
I want to make sure that he has a happy Valentine's Day.
I can lead a horse to water, but you know.
All right. We'll get some of the calls. And Rico's, I think it's a fascinating Lions question. Top of the hour. We also have hey, remember college basketball's a thing? Blitz later in the show. Everything you've missed because you don't pay attention to that wretched sport. And we catch you up to speed today. We've got Who Said It. We have a lot to do as we go into the wilderness of no football. 97.1.
But you know what? Still doesn't matter because I'll be down there, whether I'm watching movies, TV shows, or heck, even the NBA All-Star Game down in my basement, done for me by Matrix Basements. Here's the thing, guys. I've talked about this. There's no need for you to wait. Give Matrix Basements a call. Go to matrixbasements.com. Get the free consultation. They'll come up with a design plan for you, and the next thing you know, you're going to be sitting in your brand new basement, or if you need a new room added on, they can do that as well. Matrix Basements is offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. And here's why you can't wait. It's the best deal ever. 0 interest, 0 payments until the year 2028. Yeah, you heard me right. 0 interest, 0 payments until 2028. You don't have to wait. You don't have to sit there and hem and haw. Go to matrixbasements.com right now and get this thing started. You'll be in your brand new basement for opening day or for the entire Tiger season, for the NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs. Matrix Basements will deliver your dream space for you. 0 payments, 0 interest into the year 2028. Build now, pay later with Matrix Basements.
So, quick note, by the way. I know we're messing around here because Kenny's got his first Valentine's Day as a married man. Mike Stone was nice enough to donate an extra segment of time. But I just have to pass this along in my never-ending quest of vilifying Roger Goodell. Your NFL football season looks like it's going to open on a Wednesday night in Australia without the Super Bowl champion. And mind you, 8 p.m. Wednesday night is actually Thursday at noon in Australia. So the Seahawks are not going to be in the game, and they won't kick off the season. That's what we're doing. It never stops. And mind you, the kickoff has always been Thursday night. Mm-hmm. Now they're backing it up. Let's grab an extra day. Let's go Wednesday. Then we'll have a game Thursday.
And you know what? You were kind of forced into that the second you went to Australia because
I know.
If you did the Friday now, unless you're going to have both teams play 2 Monday night games to try to get back acclimated to the States. Yeah, and you had to do it week 1.
I just wanted to put it out. Look, that was my main focus of the whole Bad Bunny thing. Goodell is sending the signal. They're going global. And Australia is going to be new to the fold. It's not going to stop there. I firmly believe in the next decade there'll be a team in Europe. Might be a division.
I was going to say there'd be I'm thinking there's going to be a game in Tokyo.
Oh, I totally agree.
Kind of like the MSU Wisconsin game.
Oh, the Coca-Cola Classic.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree. But I think what's going to happen is every team in the league will go to Europe once a year. Every single team is going, and I think there will be an NFL Europe game every week.
And if you're going to do it, I like with the Rams because I think that was a power move. Like, we'll go to Australia week 1.
Right, get it out of the way.
We're not going to go during the middle of the season. Don't give us this bye week crap. We'll fly out there early, and then we'll just start the regular season.
To the people, I just wanted to pass that note along. My God.
I wonder if you're Seattle, are you upset?
I don't think it's really even about them. I think it's just as fans of the sport, we've become accustomed to the Super Bowl champion kicking off the next year.
Here's why I don't think people, and then we'll get to the calls. I don't think people will be that upset because at that point we'll be craving football. So it's like opening your presents a day early. Because think about it, like David's going to be all in for the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, but David's weird.
Right, but by that time, real football on a Wednesday, and then think about it. Now you have, a 5-day weekend of football? Yeah, I'm with you, but if they're going to keep this thing going. You're right. It's going to be every team will have to go and play some game overseas. If you're lucky, you'll get to play in Toronto, and that'll be your overseas game your international.
I do like that. Canada is the international game. Yeah. Much easier travel.
Buffalo.
Right across the Peace Bridge or whatever the hell it's called. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. How you guys doing?
Good, Mikey. What's up?
Okay, I got 2 romantic places to go for dinner, okay? One's a fun one. And the fun one is go online and set up a reservation at White Castle. Okay, so White Castle, they'll let you inside. Oh boy. You gotta have a reservation.
All right, we're starting off strong. This is good.
Special day for you.
Okay, here's the thing though, Mike. I've actually people actually do this. This is a big thing where White Castle on Valentine's Day, where you got to have reservations to get inside. No rate, Kenny.
I went yesterday and got my reservation. Okay.
Oh dear, Kenny, how does that rate for your first year of marriage? Because I honestly think that would be divorce court.
1, as in Paul. That's 1.
Okay, the second one, real quickly. You guys ever been to Texas de Brazil in Detroit or Fogo de Chao in Troy?
Yes.
This has got Kenny written all over.
Brazilian Steakhouse.
I've actually heard of this place. From everything I've heard, it's a great spot.
Yeah, and it never stops in terms of meat. They keep on bringing all kinds of meat until you say, I give.
Oh, this would be good for you, Kenny. You would have the meat sweats and a potential coma on your first Valentine's Day. How's that rate for you?
I like the cavernous gate between White Castle and nicer place that serves a lot of meat.
Just listen, the first one I leave to you. That is unimaginable.
That would be maybe in your first year of dating if you two really love White Castle.
I think that's divorce court, actually, is the word you're looking for.
I'd say if you really, I'm just saying, if that's like your thing, like their thing is brunch, like if their thing is White Castle, Mike, you'd be amazed. Like,
my thing is NFL football on U.S. soil. That's my thing.
Well, you're antiquated.
Damn, Roger Goodell.
You know what?
This guy is ruining the league. And then I guarantee I'm going to deal with a caller. But the ratings are if I have to, these leagues, all of them, they manipulate their ratings. If you believe that, I got waterfront property in Nebraska to sell you.
Really? How much?
You get my point. You know I'm right. These leagues with their ratings. Yeah, okay, guys. Yeah. Let's go to the people. Go to Steven, 97.1. Stevie, how you doing, buddy?
Hi. Listen, first year of marriage, you're still on the honeymoon, so you got to go romantic and not retail, all right? You've already given her half of everything you own or will own the rest of your life anyways. So what you got to do is, and besides that, UCLA is playing Michigan. That's a big game. What you got to do is you got to put on the song you played on your wedding night, turn down the lights, do a nice slow dance, and you'll have a happy ending.
Oh, my.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my. Steven.
Steven, good heavens.
Steven said no retail for you. Kenny, what do you think? He's selling you on feeling.
I think what he's done is a great way to finish out the day, right? I think that's the end. But I think at the beginning, she's going to be hungry. She's going to want to walk around and do things. She's going to want to eat. So we'll do the brunch thing. We'll do the ice cream thing. And then maybe once we get back to home base, that could be the play.
But the one issue, Stephen, the issue is Kenny's wedding song was like Ba with the Ba. So I don't know how you do a slow dance to that.
I'm just going to quit the segment.
I thought it was Cotton Eye Joe.
All right. I'll let you guys
Kenny's
go.
wedding song was The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Now, how do you slow dance to that, Stephen?
Telegraph Road.
Get a good day. Right now.
It's so good.
Kenny, just make sure not too much walking. Then she'll get tired.
Yeah, no, it's all a pretty tight, compact city, so it's not going to be like we're trotting up and down hills.
Yeah, I love how we've built it out that Kenny lives in like Manhattan. Like it's this sprawling metropolis. It's like 4 blocks.
Yeah, it's a tiny little town.
Guy lives
in spots.
I mean, give me a break. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, bud?
I'm good, man. So listen, Kenny, that last call was good, but the one caller said we got to set the tone here. So, but I'm gonna show you. I'm 28 years in. We're not trying to win championships. I'm gonna make you the James Harden of Valentine's. We just worried about our stats.
I'll lean into one.
Listen, everything your first couple of years got to be something that you get to enjoy as well. Dinner's always cool. You get to enjoy that movie. Kind of simple stuff. Because after a couple of years, you're gonna kind of get on to your shenanigans, and then you're gonna have to do the romantic stuff and all of that. But these first couple of years, fragrances are always nice because you get to enjoy the fragrance. So whatever you kind of come up with in your mind, it's got to be something that you get to enjoy as well. If you don't enjoy it, or if I hate to sound selfish, but if it's just for her, don't do it the first couple of years.
Well, if you bring up fragrance, that's a risk, though, is it not? Because you could get something that you think would smell good on her, but if she's not into it, then you've ruined a gift. You've burned a gift.
You don't know her smell?
That's where you got to know your woman.
But I know what she likes, but if I take a chance or if I try to deviate,
No, absolutely not.
She's also very brand picky about certain things in life, so I don't know. That's a risk to me that I don't want to take.
Listen, body oils work because those can be used other ways. So you get the different percentage body oils, lotions. It don't always have to be perfumes.
Yeah, get the
like
bath bombs.
That stuff like that. You get to enjoy it. You got just think about yourself too. That's all I'm kind of.
See, Jeff is giving you sage advice.
This is not bad. This is probably.
Jeff is saying don't lose yourself and become a complete weakling and have a say in this thing a little bit.
And the only thing I can get
I
rid
like
of
Jeff.
I can't get rid of the telegraph road.
No, listen, I know, but I'm telling you, Jeff's giving him some sage advice here.
No, it is.
No, that's probably it's a step up from the fast food slider advice that we got earlier.
Yeah, or Kenny slow dancing to Deliverance.
All right, Mike, don't you have to read something?
I do, in fact. Let me tell you, America's favorite.
Way to go!
Get a good day.
Okay, hold on now. Stadium swim, sports, things. Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino right in the heart of Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. Okay. We'll get to business now. Touch table on some football, shall we? Mr. Romeo over there, your first Valentine's Day as a married man. Hit the music.
Well, guys, you know what? We had so much fun doing this yesterday. I'm going to bring back part 2.
Oh, the whole window deal?
Is the window opening? Is the window wide open, or is the window closing? Meaning this team has probably got about another 2 years before they're done.
Okay.
Or it could be 1 year. All right. Let's go with something very simple. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Closing. It's closed, but you don't offer that as an option. It's just closing. They refuse to rebuild. They refuse to actually tear this thing down, draft a young quarterback, and get this thing going. And then look at what they did at head coach. Mike McCarthy, excuse me. Like, oh, great, we hired a Yinzer. Like, what are you excited about going 8-9 every year, 9-8? I say closing.
But he may talk Aaron Rodgers into coming back.
Even worse.
A critical question. Why is close not an option?
Because Rico's mean.
Oh, okay. I didn't think about that part. Yeah, I'm going to go closing as well. They're in a perpetual rebuild that's not going to ever rebuild because they refuse to tear it fully down.
The Steelers are the Blake Griffin Pistons.
Yes.
The treadmill of mediocrity.
They're the Red Wings that would make the playoffs every year and do nothing.
Okay. Well, here's another team that you probably may say closed, but it's not an option. The Dallas Cowboys.
Opening. I'll surprise you. I think the window's opening because they've made some very hard decisions, including with Micah Parsons. Now, the acquisition of Quinnen Williams, who played at an all-pro level, along with Kenny Clark, foundationally sets the table on defense.
Okay.
They now have pick 12 and pick 20. They have a better cap situation to play with. And I'm being sincere. Like, that division, I don't believe in Philly. I mean, the Commanders, because of the rookie scale deal, fine. The Giants, it's all hope. Why couldn't Dallas win that division and have a real nice start to something now? I'll say opening.
Okay.
I'll say open because I just don't have any faith for Jerry Jones not to go Jerry Jones at any given moment. I mean, like, they should have like a dry erase board that says it's been this many days since our last Jerry Jones. And I think if you're operating under those standards, you can't really fully say that it's opening for me. So I'll say open in general.
Okay. B-Ball Paul, you want to get in on this?
I think it's opening as well because, believe it or not, the Cowboys are actually good at drafting. For as terrible and as crazy as Jerry Jones is, they actually draft well.
They do. You're not wrong. And I understand it's the same thing when they made the trade, Paul. I was like the lone wolf where I was like, no, I like this. It made sense to me. And then they traded for Quinnen Williams. Oh, how stupid are they? You just gave up cap right for a 26-year-old all-pro who was dying to get out of Jets hell. No, I actually think they built the best offensive line in football. It aged out. They've rebuilt an offensive line that's pretty good. It's got to get a little better pass protecting. I think it's opening.
Okay. Chicago Bears.
Open. Like, they're in the window now. Rookie scale contract, have already made the playoffs. Took year 1 to fix the offense. They'll take year 2 to fix the defense. Open. Somewhere Jim Costa's bashing his head against the wall.
But
they're due to regress.
Right. You know how many one-score games they had? And,
right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're due to regress. Maybe
we put a 50 burger on them.
In week 2. Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, they're due to regress, but also they're due to get better. Like Mike said, rookie quarterback deal. What are we talking about?
The only people who get better are the Lions. Everyone else sucks.
I don't understand that
way of putting that.
Oh, that's how a lot of people think.
I think the window's opening for them too, although I do think they'll miss the playoffs next year.
Wow. Oh, bold flavor. Okay. All right. Jeez.
Let's go down to the South, Jacksonville.
I don't know what to do with this team. They overachieved this year, and I don't totally believe in all of it. I'll just say it's open. I have to say it's open. They have the franchise quarterback who played primarily pretty well this year. The defense is right. They made the playoffs. I can't say opening. They've already kind of arrived. I'll say it's open. I can't believe I'm saying that, but there you go.
I was as perplexed by this one as you were, Mike, because it does feel like they overachieved, which means if you want to talk about a team that's actually due for regression, it might be them. So I'll say open to be safe, but it could be closing ?
I think it's opening, and I think that they have a lot of the ingredients that the Seahawks had that won the Super Bowl this year, although I think Trevor Lawrence is a better overall quarterback than Sam Darnold. But I do think they have pieces in place to advance further next year, but it also could just be a house of cards.
Let's go with the Los Angeles Rams.
Open. As long as Stafford's back, they're open. They'll be a preeminent favorite again. All they got to do, they've got to fix the cornerback room. They've got to get better quality there, but the rest of the team, they're mint. I mean, this is the time. It's open.
Yeah, they could add pieces. I agree with the Stafford take, by the way. I think it's one. We talked about quarterbacks last time when we did this yesterday. I think this is another primary example of it's open until quarterback leaves.
Okay.
Yes, it is open until quarterback leaves. And also, to Mike's point, they have the 13th pick in the draft. There's a very good chance they could just take the best corner in the draft at that spot.
All right, let's stick with the NFC West, San Francisco.
Opening. I think they've been retooling the last 2 years, and like this year was like zombie success. The injuries, I don't view them as a Super Bowl winning team, but I can see the pathway to them getting there. They still are turning over the skill positions. Like, I don't know if Kittle's going to be back. Obviously, the injury alone is devastating. Right. They're getting rid of Ayuk. You're turning over some of that offensive and defensive line. I think it's opening. You've got a young QB. I'll say opening. I just don't think they're as good as the Rams or Seahawks.
And that's why I'll say open and leave it flat as open is I'm more at a point with that team where I'm going to believe it when I see it, if they can stay healthy, if they can.
It's that damn electric plant.
It is. And maybe that's the problem, but.
Jeez, that substation.
Open.
I'm going to say closing. Just because they always deal with so many injuries every year. None of their best players ever stay healthy.
Substation.
You've got a $50 million quarterback who isn't a top 10 quarterback. Even when he's healthy, he's, 12th in the league? I'm going to say it's closing. I think the magic of them ever getting to a Super Bowl again, at least for a few years, is gone.
All right, rapid fire. Los Angeles Chargers.
Open. I think they are a Super Bowl caliber team as long as they don't lose every tackle they have. And I think Harbaugh's a witch.
Yep, the exact same reasoning. I'll say open as well.
Okay. That's your NFL Blitz 97.1.
3 o'clock, and Rico Beard is about to share brilliance with you. I think it's a fascinating question, Lions related, and we're trying to just do a series of, hey, as we start the offseason, questions. Yesterday I offered you, here's the first thing I would do, and it's release Decker, save the $18 million, move Sewell to left tackle, let's proceed. I'm not doing Ragnow 2.0. I'm not going to show the veteran grace. I have respect for him, but this is business. It's not personal. Now, Rico has something to that effect.
Everybody in Detroit would love to have Max Crosby here. We've been talking about it for the longest. Heck, we badgered TJ to get it done. He didn't. But we would love to see Max Crosby as a Detroit Lion. It's probably going to cost you at least 2 first-round picks and a player in order to get him from the Raiders. But my question to you is this. Would you make the trade for Max Crosby, 2 first-round picks and a player, but it also meant that you could not re-sign to a long-term deal Jahmyr Gibbs or Sam Laporta? So it's an either or. Like, yes, you can have Max Crosby, but it means that Gibbs and Laporta will not be a long-term solution for the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797.
This is really difficult. So you got to talk through this. That's the thing. So when you start to do this, right, I view Jahmyr Gibbs in a very specific way. I don't pay running backs. So I'm going to be at odds with Lion fans for years to come. It has nothing to do with not liking Jahmyr Gibbs. I love Jahmyr Gibbs. But I am not going to hand a running back that is, 1,000 touches into his career. First of all, I'm not going to pay him early. Let's just start there. I'm not doing it. He is 3 years in. I have 2 more years with him plus a franchise tag. That's 6 total seasons of Jahmyr Gibbs. There is no scenario his next 6 is going to be better than the first 6. None. I don't plan on re-signing him. I am going to use him. I'm going to run him into the ground, and I'm going to throw him into the water. As far as Laporta goes, this is another difficult decision. But
you brought in an OC that's very tight end friendly.
Yes, but here's your problem. You've already paid 2 wide receivers. You've already put heavy draft capital into a 3rd wide receiver, and you've already paid an offensive tackle and your quarterback. I draw the line. True. Sam Laporta is off a back injury, and I like Sam Laporta, but I have to tell you, it is going to be your job to go out and find your version of A.J. Barner. Go out and find your version of Colby Parkinson or Ferguson or, Tyler Higbee. If Brad Holmes is going to continue to have his ass kissed in this town, well, then earn it. Draft. Find people. Like, I laugh at, how much money they pay Brock Wright. Like, he's something special. They should have let San Francisco overpay for him. I'm trading for Max Crosby because I feel like having Max Crosby to pair with Aiden Hutchinson on the perimeter becomes something that is so dominant. It's so unplannable. The only comp I would have would be the Houston Texans with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. And they don't have an offense like you do. And for the 3 years, look, Crosby's deal in year 1 is expensive. It's like $38 million. The next 3 years, it goes down to like 29.5. Cap keeps going up. I think you get Crosby on a value. I think he's reinvigorated. And I feel like it would take your defense to a completely different place. All I'm asking you one question. Does it mean I get to keep Gibbs and Laporta for the next 2 seasons?
Yes.
I don't have to trade them, cut them, nothing.
No.
I'm just not doing a contract.
Correct. They are not a part of the long-term plan for this team. You're going to use them up and then send them on their way.
Okay, so 2028 and beyond. I'll do the deal. I will. I know it's a lot to pay. Now, I've offered this too. You could trade Aleem McNeil in a Crosby deal and save $23 million. You could.
Would they want him?
I can't speak to it. Right. But I'm going with it's a player plus 2. I would do it. I would. I think this team can bounce right back with a huge offseason. There's no free agent you're going to sign that's going to approach what Crosby could do. And for the next 2 years, I feel like it puts you equal to the Rams and to the Pack.
Yeah.
And it just re-enters the discussion of you being a Super Bowl team. Yeah, I'd probably do it.
And where it puts you is also, hey, like it or not, you're in a window. You have 2 years.
Yeah.
Figure this thing out, win a Super Bowl, and no one cares. But after that, no long-term solution, no long-term plan for either Gibbs or Laporta. They're going to be gone. Or you say, those two are more valuable. We can find somebody in the draft. We'll take that first-round selection, and we'll go get our own.
That's where I'm at, and that's why I like this question, is Lion fans have gotten very comfortable with having the most expensive player at every position. No, your GM has to do his job. Mm-hmm. You have to draft, and draft much better than he's drafted the last couple of years. So I lean yes, not mad if people say no, but you have to understand my yes is rooted in I'm not paying Jahmyr Gibbs. There's just, I don't believe in it. 248-539-9797, and I'll beat you to the punch on this. Oh, so should Seattle not pay Kenneth Walker? Nope.
No.
There's my answer, hard guy.
I got a feeling Kenneth Walker will get a 1-year franchise tag.
Yep, or he'll be a Jacksonville Jaguar. Yeah. Like, I'm not doing it. So, yeah, I'd love to hear from you guys on this. I love the question. I think it's really interesting, and I think both sides have a point. If you don't want to do the deal, not mad.
Right, because
I'm only telling you why I would.
Right, because you could use that first-round pick this year, go out and get a rush edge, and you still have a number one pick, a first-round selection next season.
Right.
You trade for Crosby, you don't pick in the first round for the next 2 seasons.
No, but like I said this yesterday as a part of the Sewell thing, and I don't in any way want to distract from your topic. But, like, I'm signing Braden Smith before I draft a tackle at 17. I'm going to sign a Braden Smith at right tackle for the Colts, and I'm going to put Sewell at left tackle. I need grown-ass dudes who are ready to go win a Super Bowl. I don't have time to run a daycare center at left or right tackle. Mm-hmm. Now, you talk about drafting an edge rusher. Now, out of reverence for B-Ball Paul here. No, he's a big Messidor guy because he's a Miami loyalist.
Edge rusher's a little different because that's really just kind of take the chain off the dog. Hey, go get the quarterback.
But if I add one of the 5 best edge rushers in the sport, don't I unlock something with Aiden that we are yet to see? I mean, it takes away the arguments about double and triple teams. You are going to see each guy, they are going to feed off each other to where I think collectively combined, you could have 35 sacks. You could lead the league in hits and pressures. Look, you could do it the way Seattle does it, but the problem is you're not drafting well enough on the D-line.
I was about to say, but Seattle did it with the draft.
And trades.
Yeah,
they traded for Leonard Williams.
Yes.
They traded for Tank Lawrence.
Yeah.
Look, I would do it. I just want to be very clear. I don't think you're bad or dumb if you don't want to do it. So I'd love to get your take. I think it's an awesome question. Now, if you want to have a conversation about, like, what's your favorite cupcake or something, fine. But guys, let's get it moving, shall we? 248-539-9797. Crosby, but long-term it costs you Laporta Gibbs. The way I could view it too, look, you could flip the script and you just don't re-sign Brian Branch, but you keep one of the 2 Rico's talking about. But I don't want to confuse people. Right. We'll leave it as those 2. No, I think if you're going to have multiple tight ends, if you're going to run an offense that runs 13 personnel, 12 personnel, you know what you don't do? You don't have the most expensive tight end in football. You have a couple of guys who do the job. That's how it works.
Interesting.
To me.
But they had a Trey McBride who turned out to be one of the best tight ends.
Because they drafted him.
Fair.
And again, now once they go and pay McBride, it's going to really shift what they're capable of doing. Look, if you didn't pay J-Mo his money, and I am fine with J-Mo. I'm not mad at J-Mo. But why they paid him after drafting Tesla, I will never understand. Ever. Ever. Because you allocated Laporta's money to J-Mo.
No, you're right. Still thought that was a joke when I was walking along the banks of the Red Cedar and I got that message like, Huh? What?
248. Guys, I want to hear from you on it. And look, Dave Burkett did a really good piece in the Free Press. Max Crosby was a part of it. Dave's opinion, you have to call and see. Well, Rico's showing you what it could cost you. And understand, I am trying to make, I like to be the type of person where I'll tell you what I feel, and then I give you the reasons why. I don't just say, go get this guy. No, here's why. My plan doesn't include drafting a tackle. I want to go sign one. My plan doesn't include signing Gibbs. I'm going to use him up. So that's easy for me to say this, that I'd probably do it because my plan doesn't include that stuff.
Right.
Sam Laporta, God love him. You know what? I'll draft a guy in the 4th round. Go figure it out.
Takes away a little bit from the fun of the offense of, the greatest show on turf 2.0, where you're going to be taking it back some of that offense because you're going to be putting it on the defensive side.
Right.
I'm right there with you.
And I look at it this way too. The fact is, Brad Holmes, our safeties are both in peril. Our cornerback position, I mean, I tried to tell you DJ Reed wasn't Deion Sanders. He stunk last year. Then you drafted Rakestraw. He's dead. Terrion Arnold can't be counted on. And the short guy, Amik, he's out the door. You know what's going to help a rebuilt secondary? The fiercest pass rush in the league.
Yep.
I'm trying to just keep the main thing. But I want to hear from you guys on it. I love the question. I don't give a damn if I talk to you for 30 minutes. I love stuff like this. 248-539-9797. If you guys wake up from a slumber, we'll talk about it. We can't get more calls about Kenny's Valentine's Day than an elite tier Lions question. That's offensive. Come on.
White Castles.
Don't stop it. All right. If you're in an accident, you feel like you're on your own. The insurance company, not your friend. The paperwork, absolute brain rot. This is why you got to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law has the accident response team because you need action. You need it now. Crisis counselors keep your life moving. Medical and forensic experts are locking down your case before the evidence kind of walks out the back door. It's smart, it's streamlined, and it's built to win. Get David, Get Paid is not just a tagline. It is your absolute playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. All right. Paul's getting the calls, ready to roll. And again, I think both sides have a point. I think it's time. And I look, I'm not one of these doomers who think the Lions can't get right back in this. I think they can. But I do think it's going to take bold action. Now, will it happen? Guys, if I had that answer, I wouldn't work for a living. I'd go place a bet in Vegas. But I'd go to it because, look, I'm going to be honest with you. My life would be so much easier if I just didn't speak my mind. But here it is. I'm just going to be honest. I just think Aiden's a little bit trumped up. All right. I mean, I had this conversation the other night with TJ. Like, I like Aiden as a player, but, like, I feel like they run so much PR cover for this dude. Well, Aiden had 18 quarterback hits. What game were you watching? The quarterback had 5 seconds to throw, and he completed a 40-yard pass. Do you think I care if he hit the quarterback? I think you need to invest in Aiden more than you already have. And I know that's counterintuitive considering what you're paying Aiden, but he needs help.
I was about to say, and by investing, you mean getting him some assistance.
I think it's getting him help. I think it's, taking away the amount he gets doubled because he doesn't beat the double enough. Oh, but he had 14. Look at the construct of the sacks. Look at how they happen. Case in point.
The Jameis Winston.
God, do you want to go to the garage and do some karate? That's not the same thing as when you see Will Anderson beat his man on the rep with the initial move, clear him, kill the quarterback, all in under 2.5 seconds. Aiden gets taken out of the play, and because of Aleem McNeil pushing Jameis Winston back, 10 seconds later, here's Aiden to get the sack. Look, Alamanor was right when he said it. That guy didn't do anything all day. You guys want to dance around because he had the last play of the game. I dominated him. He did. Well, then what did Lions PR do? Aiden sets a record for QB stare downs in a game. And it's like,
it's not a real stat.
I just feel like to get the best of Aiden, we've got to get better around him.
Fair.
I think he's a good player, but I need him to be great for what I'm paying him. And if you're asking, how can you allocate that much money to that position? Guys, look, you got to pick your spots. All pro caliber guys that fit your culture, guys who want to come to Detroit, they don't grow on trees. And I'm trying to create something that can kind of hide some of the other blemishes. I don't think you can do that by, going out and getting a corner. It starts up. That's just me.
No, I'm with you.
So I'm willing. But let's hear what the people have to say. And again, you're not wrong if you don't want to do it. But I would, I think.
But it's an either or. You take Crosby, it costs you 2 first-round selections and a player, but Gibbs and Laporta are not a part of the long-term plans for this team.
I don't think any running back's the part of a long-term plan of any team.
But Gibbs is turning out to be one of those explosive guys. It's the same conversation Atlanta's going to have with Bijan. What do you do with him?
Flow chart.
I know what you're going to do.
I give him another 900 touches, and then I throw him over the side of the boat.
But he becomes the fan favorite.
I don't care. See, feelings. F your feelings. I don't care. Gotcha. The Super Bowl caliber teams, you put this best yesterday. Super Bowl franchises make their fans uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. They make decisions that are uncomfortable.
If you haven't pissed off your fan base, you probably aren't winning Super Bowls.
Well, the other thing is if you run your team for the fans, you end up sitting with them.
Yeah.
So, come on. Let's go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good, man. What's going on?
I think this scenario is a yes for me if it's a complete scenario, right? So if it's just Gibbs and Laporta to consider, I'd do it in a second, and but I think it's missing a whole bunch of variables in these equations. And Mike just touched on it in the last segment, but it's proven science now. It's not a guesswork that Goff with his cement blocks on his feet needs an offensive line, right? And I just don't think you can draft your way out of the problems we have. You need a center, a left guard, and a right tackle, right? And in this scenario, on top of that, you're giving up premier draft picks. So to think that we're going to, in this window of Super Bowl, that we're going to come back and spend 3 years drafting our way out of our offensive line problems, we'd have an abysmal offense.
Well, that's why I've said I want to sign a right tackle. I want to sign, I'm going and getting Braden Smith, or I'm going to shop the center market. No, I don't know that you're getting Linderbaum, but maybe McGovern from the Bills. I'm with you. I don't think you're drafting kids and having that line come together seamlessly. I'm with you.
No, I think it takes time for the offensive line. But if you bring in Crosby at that cap level, right, you really can't go out and sign a bunch of offensive line free agents. You just can't, right? I mean,
well, you
so
can.
Now you're going to have to.
You can. Here's how. I mean, Sean, look, we did this earlier, and you can do it on your own if you don't believe me. They could have north of $100 million in cap space if they choose to. Got to restructure Goff. Got to restructure ASB. Decker will save you 18. Glasgow will save you 8. That's before we do a David Montgomery thing. Sean, they could be players this offseason if they choose to be.
I don't disagree, and I think all that needs to happen, but you're talking about 3 offensive line positions. Now you're going to have to replace your running back and your tight end as well, right?
In a couple years. Remember.
Giving up the premier draft picks, right? So you're
but here's the difference. Sean, go look at people who are already talking about, for instance, this draft. This is not a good year for high-end talent. And I've already seen, listened, read, and whether you trust these people who do the scouting or not, they're struggling to come up with 15 first-round grades. This is not a premier pick at pick 17.
No, I hear you. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that to get Crosby would be amazing to have the two of them together. But you got so many other issues out there right now that have got to be fixed that I think you got to make all those cap adjustments you just mentioned. But you got to plug a bunch of holes. And I think that the problem of Goff cement blocks on his feet is maybe equal to the problem of Aiden not having someone on the other side. So if you're going to make a decision where you're not going to help Goff with his cement blocks, then you're creating maybe even a bigger problem than no help for Aiden, right?
Yeah, no, Sean, look, that's why it's a fun question. I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're wrong. It's why we're debating it. The thing I would say, Sean, my last thing, I think any team who wins the Super Bowl, they have one kind of unicorn quality about them. And it's whether they have the unicorn quarterback or they have Kenny, I don't know what's happening. Why am I hearing Jim Costa? Okay. Or they have a defensive line you can't block. Right. Sean, if I add Max Crosby, I have that unicorn thing. Versus, I don't think there's anything this team could do that would return to having the O-line they had in 22-23. I just don't think you're replicating it. I'm making a choice to get the one kind of just indomitable position group and figure out the rest. I don't think your line's ever going to be as good as it used to be. But can it be better than it was this year? Yes. And that's all I need it to be. And if that's not good enough for Jared Goff, then I can't help him. Yeah. If he can only function behind the best offensive line in the league, then I mean, what the hell did we pay him for then?
That's what I was going to say.
No, yeah, I'm making a point. Like, you can't build it out that he's this helpless baby.
Right. At some point, you just have to go out there and be that MVP candidate that you say that you are. And you have to go out and extend plays, and you got to do whatever it takes. And everything ain't going to be perfect on the offense.
I mean, where do you stand on Laporta Gibbs? You've asked the question, and you've done it in a great way, but where do you side on this? Because I haven't heard your answer.
I look at this as I would want to keep Laporta just because of the offensive coordinator that you just brought in here.
Okay.
Now it boils down to Max Crosby or Gibbs, and the Crosby comes with losing 2 draft picks. If this is what Holmes can do well, especially early in the draft, I think you could probably, especially at 17, go out and get an edge rusher to put him opposite of Aiden, and you can you could be able to keep Gibbs. That's how I see it. Now, would I love Crosby? I would, but I don't think this team sees it the way I see it.
That's okay.
Whereas
that's fine.
You need to get this thing done right now. So I think for the Lions, it's more of we can go out there, we can get the D-line, was it Messidor from Miami, and we put him next to Aiden, and we can keep this thing going, and we can keep our guys here. We can lock them all up long term. But bringing in an offensive coordinator that specializes in really using the tight ends.
Okay, fair enough.
Laporta
and guess what?
Is somebody that I think becomes more valuable.
If you say investing in Goff is more important than investing in Aiden, I'm not going to laugh at you. Because what you're really doing is keep Gibbs, keep Laporta, keep our draft pick. It's the safer road. I just don't know that you can safe your way out of this because they're so far behind defensively. That's my problem. Yes,
why not
Paul.
just fix the thing completely? Sign Trey Henderson in free agency, draft Akeem Mesidor 17th overall. Boom. There's your D-line.
I'd love it, man. I think that's a great way to play it, too, because Hendrickson doesn't cost you anything but money. My fear is Hendrickson ends up with the Bears. I don't know why I just envision that happening, but I that would really
That'd be very rough.
That would anger me. Him and Montez, because again, Sweat's not good enough on his own. But you add a Hendrickson to the mold. Boy, I tell you, that secondary is going to look a whole lot better if you got Trey Hendrickson up front.
Sounds like what we just talked about here.
Sounds like, seems like, feels like. We'll get to more of your calls. You guys are great. Now we're cooking with gasoline here. Uncle Rico put some
it took a second for them to
hot butter in the pan.
Well,
okay.
This was a thinker topic. This wasn't, do you like ketchup or mustard? This was something that you had to think about.
I'll leave that alone. 97.1.
All right, when Team USA is on, guys, you can almost see the moment it happens. It's that spark when a kid starts believing they could be the next. Now, Xfinity can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something that's even more important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid is ordering new gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows? By the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You're still going to be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration now through February 22nd. Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi, 5 years, guaranteed $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Well, I'll get your thinking caps on. We're having some fun. And we've done a couple of these this week because it's really the onset of the offseason. We're clear of the Super Bowl and any other stuff. Rico's asked the question. Look, Dave Burkett wrote about it, and even Dave, Dave's as level-headed as it gets. Yeah, you got to call on Max Crosby. You got to find out. So with that in mind, if I said to you, you only were going to have, I won't even use the franchise tag if you don't want me to. You're only going to have a couple more years of Gibbs and Laporta. No contract extensions. They're here for a good time, not a long time. You know the cost of Crosby. It's going to be a couple of first-round picks, maybe a player. I would do it because I don't need Laporta and Gibbs as a part of my future. I don't pay running backs. Easy for me to say because I'm heartless. I don't have feelings. I mean, it's just how I am with sports. I care about the logo, not the player. But if you don't want to do it, I have no issue with it. I totally understand your side of things. So that's what we're rapping about. Text communications. And Kenny, as I always ask David, what is kind of the initial percentages of agree, disagree, or is it just a war zone?
There's really no war zone to be had on the text. I think people are pretty much on the same page with this. And for the people in the back, a lot of people are misconstruing this topic, thinking that we're trading directly Gibbs and Laporta for Max Crosby.
No. It means that you'll have them for 2 more years. You'll have Laporta for another year. You'll have Gibbs for another 2 years.
They stay for the duration, and then whatever happens after that happens.
Correct.
After that. Yeah, no, a lot of people are thinking it's a direct trade, which I wanted to clear up immediately. The texts that are coming in, though, they all pretty much are unilaterally on the side of why wouldn't you do this? I would go get Crosby and still have Laporta and Gibbs for 2 years. I'm all for that. It's a no-brainer to me. I also lean yes, but I'm also worried about Holmes drafting, not as good as advertised lately. That's another sentiment that's coming in on Ticket Text is people are starting to not worry, not panic, but maybe
he's losing his shine.
Do a little side eye at that.
Well, because again, if you're bored, comp it to what John Schneider's done. The guy who just won the Super Bowl. Go look at what he's done lately. And then go look at what Brad has done. And it's always fluid. We've talked about this. He walked in and was just rolling bones from day one. He was always due to regress. No GM in the history of this sport has ever outrun the percentages. Mm-hmm. You're going to hit about half of your first-round picks. You're going to have hot runs that have to produce in a Super Bowl, and then you're going to have lean years that hopefully don't cost you your job. Mm-hmm. That's the deal.
I also think one of the more salient points that you made, and I actually agree with this, and Lions fans don't want to hear it, but when you brought up the Hutch might be getting a little bit trumped up with his stats and all that,
yeah,
I think, and I largely agree with that, and that could be true. I think if you bring in somebody like Crosby, though, or the likes of, I think that imagine what those stats actually turn into, because those are going to explode if that's the case, and B, what the secondary can do when you're in a kind of a building your secondary phase of your team building. Their job becomes twice as easy if that's the case. And I don't think people talk about that part of it enough. There's less PIs, there's less holdings. You worry about Terrion Arnold with that kind of thing. There's less of that.
Very, very. But again, I have a belief structure in how I would do things. I can't be anybody else. I'm not saying it's the only way, but when I'm asked the question by Rico, you win with the tip of the sword. You know what I believe. I watched my team take out essentially the 2 best teams in the last 50 years in the Patriots. How'd we do it the same way twice? The front.
I don't think anybody's going to, at least not on this show, is going to be mad if they find a way to add another big person up front, whether it's offensive or defensive. I think we all would lean defense in this room.
Yes. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's going on?
I completely agree with you, Mike. I don't care what it costs. Just go get Crosby, because magically what's going to happen is it's going to take a ton of pressure off the back seven. And then you'll start seeing maybe less injuries, significantly less injuries in the secondary. I think you're right, Mike. You're spot on. If we can have that unicorn pass rush with Aiden and Max, automatically we become a top 10 defense, and they're going to wreak havoc on the rest of the league. I mean, that would by far be the best defensive line in football. No, obviously you got other issues, right? You got to add some interior defensive linemen. You got to add some offensive linemen, but that is what free agency is for. And for the people that say, "Oh, well, we don't have the money," the salary cap isn't real. Okay,
No.
We can restructure contracts, and
the cap went up by a robust like $23 million.
Yep, it is, and it's a doable thing. I don't care if we have to give up multiple draft picks. Just do it and give yourself that unicorn that other teams don't. And I think we would be the favorites to win the division, and then maybe even go to the Super Bowl with a pass rush like that.
And again, Paul, the other thing, and I'm sure you've looked at it because you sound like you think the way we do. You got two teams in this division that have quarterbacks on rookie scale deals. That you're fighting an uphill battle there. They're always going to have the ability to even further insulate their quarterback than you can insulate yours. So now how do we look at this division differently? To me, if you're going to beat Caleb Williams and you're going to beat Jordan Love, I can't put 9 there yet, but if you're going to beat those guys, what's the only way to really do it? Make their life hell.
Pass rush.
Yeah, you put them in hell.
Mike, can you imagine how unstoppable that pass rush would be?
Yeah.
And can you imagine how much pressure that would take off of the secondary and just the back seven in general? And This is how you win in the NFL. Ready? You don't have to have a flashy greatest show on turf offense. You win.
Look at Seattle. Trenches. Case in point with Seattle. Here, Paul, this is where you're going to win, and I know Rico's going to love it because he loves this stat. See, nobody ran the ball more than Seattle. Nobody went for, I think they were either the least or second least. Nobody went for it less on fourth down.
Yeah, they were the least.
You take the points, you run the football, you set your quarterback up for success, you let the defense carry the day. Seattle led the league in hits, led the league in pressures. Paul, but you gotta, this is what people don't want to recognize. It's okay to say, I appreciate what Brad Holmes has done, but he hasn't been very good the last 2 years. That's just the reality.
The last 2 off seasons have been bad. Honestly, they haven't been good at all. EJ Reed, he stinks. And I just think you got to beef up the trenches because that is where it's won. You win with dominant line play on both sides of the ball. And if we don't extend Gibbs and Laporta, who cares? Thank you for everything that you've done, but I'm not going to get emotionally attached to these players.
No, and just go look at the history of the NFL with high-priced running backs on a second contract and tell me what it looks like. That could be your homework assignment. Happy Galentine's Day. Okay? Thanksgiving. You go look at that history and tell me what it looks like. I love Jahmyr Gibbs, but this isn't baseball. I can't just – there's no world I'm going to have this kid have 1,500 touches plus college. And now I go and I pay you $100 million on top. For what? I'll go get another one. Thanksgiving. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. You want to make these cold mornings a little better? How about a new ride from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer, 2 years in a row. They make car buying easy. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Equinox EV. It starts at $159 a month. Or power's what you're looking for. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Silverado LT starting at $259 a month. No games, no runaround, no nonsense. Shop online at MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay, I got to do something. I got to teach people something, and it's a shame because I'm being told this person's an educator. So Rico received a text from one of his minions or, people in the coaching community, and it was a pithy response. So let me just throw this where it belongs, right in the wood chipper. So Mike wouldn't have signed a Hall of Famer like Barry? Okay, Nostradamus, here's the deal. Sweet example from 30 years ago. The game was different. 30 years ago, you always paid your running back because you only had one of them. There was no such thing as a committee.
The workhorse.
There was no such thing as CTE or concussions.
25 carries a game.
Right.
At minimum.
Right. To use that example in 2026, yeah, you know what? There's the door. You lose. You lose. You don't even get a response. Stop. You're being silly.
I don't even think there's a...
And how dare you be friends with someone like that? They're not smart enough to be friends with you.
He's smart.
Well, then act like it. Stop writing stupid stuff.
I don't even think Derrick Henry may be the last back who carries that much.
Hey, let's check that Super Bowl hotline.
Him and Christian McCaffrey, probably the last two.
Yeah, let's check that Super Bowl hotline.
Saquon.
Right, but here's the thing. Now, that is a one-off. They used him up last year. He stunk this year. He averaged 3.8 a carry. Enjoy that contract. You hate to see it.
Well, listen, Atlanta's going to have the same thing when Bijan's contract comes up.
Hey, man, stupid as a stupid does. I can't change what dumb teams do. You should lose his number. All right.
Not losing his number.
Okay. Was that Chuck?
That's
that
not
caveman?
Chuck.
Who
not
is
Chuck.
it?
It's not Caveman.
All right. We'll go to the people. We'll go to Dave. Imagine using an example from 30 years ago in an attempt to do a gotcha thing with me. Don't you dare. Be better, mystery texter.
He can call in.
Oh, be better. No, you know what? Don't. Get your game up before you call this show. Go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing?
Hey, I'm having a great day. I hope you are too.
Thank you, buddy.
Hello, everybody. I used to listen to the show way back when you had that I Hate Mike or Why I Hate Mike segment. I don't know if you remember doing.
Oh, I remember it. It was fun.
Yeah. Oh, it was a great time. Well, yeah, so I'm with the idea that I would much rather take Crosby. Mainly thing is, I like carnival, fun, offensive, football that they play, but you know what? Strip sacks, high-quality pressures that force turnovers, sacks in the backfield, knockdowns, all these types of things, to me, they're just as exciting or more so, and they're the ones that actually win football games as far as I'm concerned.
Agreed.
So, yeah, running backs break down. We don't need that forever, and when was the last great tight end who actually had a major impact to win a Super Bowl? Rob Gronkowski? I don't think we actually have that in Laporta. So
Kelsey would be too, but I'm not going to put Laporta in the Kelsey prime Gronk conversation. No. And again, I don't have to do anything with Laporta. He blew out his back. You got to come back and play. It's no different than Brian Branch to me. I don't need to run to the altar. You can wait. Guys, here's the thing, Dave, you know this. Do people realize in the next 2 years that salary cap could go up by as much as $50 million?
Yeah, everything's going to be more affordable.
It's just...
Of course, salaries are going to go up, too. But it's
of course.
Be paced by the
I'm just making a point. Like, this team's obsession with signing guys early, I think, is part of the issue. You can wait on some things.
You can wait on them. Handcuffs them to a player they don't 100% need 3-4 years down the road.
Yeah, and look, I'm fine if guys don't want to make that move. They don't want to go and give up the picks and a player for Crosby. I respect it. I totally understand that. But I don't know who you're getting in the draft that's going to have that level of impact. And again, look what John Schneider did in Seattle. They gambled on Tank Lawrence that he had a lot left to give, and they were right. Your gamble was Marcus Davenport's Band-Aid.
I think if you go into the draft, you're hoping that the edge rusher that you pick up becomes, the Robin to Aiden. Aiden takes over. He takes away some of the double teams.
Just say his name because I know I'm going to have to hear it till late April. I know you're a Messidor guy, just like Paul. I know. Just say it. Let's just be done with it.
All right, Messidor.
Okay.
You draft him. He comes in, and he takes some of the pressure off of it. You don't need him to come in and be Max Crosby. You just need somebody who can, You know what? You want to double team Aiden? He'll beat you. He'll beat the right tackle.
Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, how you doing, bud?
Good, fellas. How are you?
Good, bud.
Hey, Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got a couple of thoughts. And first, I should preface, I'm a Bears fan, so interesting perspective here. Give me Hendrickson all day long. I think that puts us over the top and watches this fan base crash out more than they already have. But I think you absolutely get Crosby. Who cares about 2028? All I hear from everyone around town is how we don't do anything at the deadline and this and that. Well, here's your chance to F them picks and get somebody who really would compete in this division, probably get a wild card spot, ending up second in the division behind the Bears. So I think you absolutely do. It's a no-brainer. My question to you guys is, you talk about all the time how you got to surround Goff with pieces and how we got to surround Aiden with Crosby. Maybe those two guys just aren't the guys if they need all that support. I think Ben Johnson and Phil Williams don't need that support.
No, and you know what, Josh, it's an open conversation. I'm just trying to work within the constructs of reality, which is Aiden has been paid. He's here. Now I got to get the best out of him. And I've got to make this defense Super Bowl quality. I do think we're witnessing a shift where 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses played for the right to go to the Super Bowl. You see these defenses, we're having a little bit of kind of a defensive renaissance, run the ball defense. The Lions defense is just nowhere close. The front 7 was healthy, and they gave up 250 yards to the Steelers like they were the 1984 SMU Mustangs.
Yeah,
come on.
And with the offensive line, you weren't running the ball as well as you
right.
were.
And look, for Josh's perspective, that pass rush was so bad with the Bears, it exposed the secondary to a level that made them look worse than they are. Well, to Josh's point, if they sign Trey Hendrickson, that secondary is going to look a lot better. Mm-hmm. If I'm the Bears, I'm going all in on that type of move.
Well, and Mike, we plugged several holes last offseason, right? And look what happened, right? I mean, instant last to first. I think, this organization, they talk about this and that, but if they don't plug these pieces, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter how great Aiden is and how slow Goff is.
No, I agree completely. And it's just going to have to be the Lions' issue is they can't do what the Bears did, which is just fix one side of the ball. The way this is broken out is they have distinct needs on both lines of scrimmage.
There's a person out there that just screams Detroit Lions to pick up in free agency. Joey Bosa.
Oh, oft-injured guy? Yeah, let's do that. Actually, sign him and Davenport. Duct taped them together. Maybe I'll get 15 games. You can, and he was fine for the Bills this year.
Right. I don't think he got hurt this year.
But why do we have to keep doing this? Why can't we just get real solutions?
Because they shop at the clearance rack every year. And you hope. Okay, it won't break down. Save the receipt just in case.
Tell you one thing, and I know, look, I'm an ASB truther, all right? But it's always funny how Amon-Ra and J-Mo kind of skate. Do you realize between them, they had 22 drops? Mm-hmm. Paid a hell of a lot of money for 22 drops.
Didn't they lead the league?
I think J-Mo led the league with 12, and Amon-Ra was 3rd or 4th with 10. Yeah, not good. That stuff matters, man.
You don't know ball.
No. We're bad people. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up. 97.1. All right, this is special. So for normal people, you haven't really paid attention to college basketball. But if you're a intergalactic hoops nerd aficionado, like the man to my left, you're all about it. So we're going to catch you up to speed in this post-football apocalypse. Rico has just prepared a blitz for us, kind of what you missed while you were out living. And Rico was watching McNeese State versus Elon College.
Hey.
Kenny, music.
Well, you know what, Mike? I'm also going to give you and the listeners your best opportunity to go ahead and place that bet of who's going to win the national title this year. Why? There's a little fact. Every year except for one since 2004, in week 6 of the NCAA season, somebody in the top 12 won the national title.
Yeah, I've seen this stat.
UConn in 2014 is the only outlier to this.
Oh, that's the year Keith Appling forgot how to take free throws.
He broke his arm or something like that on the court.
Whatever.
But, yes. So we're going to go over the teams that were the top 12 teams that week, and we'll give you a little breakdown.
All right, let's do it.
All right. The most likely teams to win the national title.
Michigan and Arizona.
I grouped them in 3 different categories. Michigan is in there. One of the top teams in the country altogether. Michigan's fatal flaw, they don't take bad teams seriously. Hence, you get games like a couple days ago where you're losing to Northwestern. Oh, wait, we're better than them. And then you're not.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
Arizona. They just lost their first game.
Yeah.
Once again, one of the best teams in college hoops. For me, Arizona, their fatal flaw, they're normally a good exit in the first weekend of the tournament. They just can't hold their water. Duke is also in that most likely deep roster, probably may have the player of the year with the good boozer.
Got it.
Iowa State.
Yes.
Iowa State may be the team that nobody talks about.
They don't.
Because they're going to come out of the Big 12, so be careful of Iowa State. And UConn.
Psycho coach factor.
There you go.
It's worth 14.5 points. Hurley, I don't even understand how he does it. He looks like he hates his life at every moment.
I think he kidnaps pets.
Okay.
And
there it
says,
is.
You lose this game, and Fluffy doesn't come home.
For me, I would take Michigan and Arizona and offer you the field. I really believe Michigan or Arizona is going to win it.
Okay. We have done that bet already, but yes. The next category is the legit dark horse teams.
Okay.
These are the teams that probably need good seeding or an upset to happen in their bracket for them to win. But these were the teams that were ranked in the top 12. You got Purdue.
I can't. Amish point guard. Can't do it. Can't do it.
You have the team that thought they had a national title last year and they just let it slip through their fingers in Houston. Still don't know how they lost that game.
I don't either. I'll go with it. They you know what Houston Hoops is? They're the Pistons. They work their asses off. They're going to guard you. Mm-hmm. I don't know that they've got the star power that it takes to win it all, but damn it, they're going to be a tough out.
Yeah, first one to 55.
Also, what was up with Sampson the other day? Doing the whole help me, I'm poor routine. Did you see that in the press conference?
No.
We're poor. Our athletic department's poor. We can only go so far in recruiting. And I'm like, Calvin, no offense, but this has been a top 10 program for a decade with no slippage. What am I missing here?
Relatively speaking, I guess you don't have the Texas A&M, Texas Tech money or the Texas money. So, but Houston trending upward. First, like I said, they play defense. It's the first one to 55, and it's normally them. Gonzaga.
They man.
They got experience. They got offensive firepower, but
they got my man Graham Ike.
Yes.
But it's still Gonzaga. Mm-hmm. It's still the same thing. You play in the WCC. You haven't played real teams since, say, October, early November. What do we do with them? Mm-hmm. And something has felt off with them all year where they're good, but I don't know if they're vintage. They'll always be ranked. They'll always have 28, 29 wins. Rico, I lean on you for it because I I don't know what to do with them. I don't feel like they have the elite guard play you would need to do this. It's good enough, but it's not great.
Right. And the last team in this would be Michigan State.
Nope.
Well, here's the thing.
Nope.
They're at the spot last year. At that spot was Florida, who
And
ended up winning the whole thing.
Can't shoot. No.
They can play defense.
They can't shoot. I know. They can't shoot. I can't. I can't do it. I don't think they're national.
The fears, the emergence of Jordan Scott.
Okay, hold on. 2 games is not an emergence for Jordan Scott.
Well, here's the thing.
Talk to me in a month.
No, I mean the fact how he shut down Illinois' top player, who had his worst game against him, and then scored 40 against everybody else.
Show me a few more.
Okay.
When push comes to shove, they're going to be in the Sweet 16 and go 5 for 26 from deep, and I'm going to look like Telly Savalas by game end.
Okay.
And it's going to drive me insane.
Your final 3 teams are Louisville.
Yes, money and tons of three-point shooting because they hired the dude from College of Charleston. Yes, Pat, the hell's his last name? But yes, and it's an expensive roster.
BYU, who may have a top pick in the draft.
De Banza.
Yeah.
And they're long. I could see it. I could. Because if he goes like Scotty Thurman mode on his way to the NBA draft, guys like him, they don't grow on trees. I'll say yes to BYU as a wild card.
And this one is interesting because I guarantee you, unless you've been following college hoops, you didn't know about this.
What?
Last team.
The St. Louis Billikens.
Is Alabama, who may or may not have Charles Bediako.
And they've been banged up all year.
In the tournament. Ironically enough, when he petitioned the NCAA to come back to college, he got a judge who was also a Bama booster.
Uh-oh.
And he said, yes, why not? And then other judges are like, you should have recused yourself. And now he's on the outs, but he still may be fighting his way back in. But they actually do better without him.
No, and look, they've been banged up. They had a big win at Auburn this past weekend where I watched a lot of that game. There's something about Alabama is every time I want to buy in all those Mark Sears teams, like you buy in and it's the 3-point shooting and it's the up and down and they just have one game. They go ice cold. I can't. And they're playing a 30-year-old. They can't win. I can't do it.
So those teams were all in the top 12 in week 6.
What about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Robbie Avila, and the Billikens? Remember the kid who wore the space goggles on Indiana State?
Yes.
You had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yes.
This kid is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yes, I remember.
Come on, the Billies are like number 16 in America.
They were 16, but at the time, Mike,
the
trend is your national title winner will be one of these 12 teams because week 6
you're right.
dictates one of these teams will win the whole thing.
I'll tell you the team that if I could guarantee the kid's going to give me 32 minutes a night, I'd put him in here because the kid is absolutely electric, would be Kansas with Darren Peterson. Yeah. But he just, availability is a skill, and I feel like the kid doesn't want to play.
I think for Kansas, they're going to have to make the choice. Is he a part of the team or not? It's kind of, how we talk about with Taylor Decker. Look, either we just got to move on or we got to leave a spot open for him every night and look to see if he showed up to the locker room or not.
Yes.
But I think as it gets closer and closer, they're just going to have to make the tough choice and say, yeah, he's not a part of the team anymore. Come up with any reason that you want. Just give him the check and move on because he's going to hold Kansas back, I believe. So one of those 12 teams probably going to happen.
If there is a sleeper, a Rico Beard, forget about the national title. Give me your George Mason. Give me your kind of, they could crash the party and be Sweet 16, Elite 8 good. A team you've watched that you like.
Illinois.
Okay.
Illinois.
The Euro League.
Yeah.
That's all Brad Underwood does.
Brad Underwood, for everybody else who hits the portal, Brad Underwood just says, books trips over to and over to Europe and say, all right, I'm going to Little Gyms and I'm finding everybody. Wait, aren't you Petrovich kid? I'll take you. Oh, you two twins? Come on, you're on my team. They shoot three. They're the closest to an NBA team in college because, Mike, they'll put up. Yeah, they'll put up about 43s a game. And, State caught a break because they missed so many of them, but a lot of them were wide open.
So Illinois would be your one.
Illinois has the length. They're a team that if I had to pick somebody outside of this, now the unfortunate part, they're in the Big Ten. Who hasn't won anything since 2000? Mateen Cleaves. Just to put things in perspective.
That's pathetic.
So
MSU's left at least 2 titles just out there on the floor. But I don't want to get into it. Just keep moving. Please.
Sorry.
Hell, Michigan left a title on the floor.
Yeah.
They did.
The Louisville game?
Yes.
I was about to say, not the Villanova game.
No. Louisville game? Yeah. Hancock, who shouldn't he have been ineligible for the game anyways? They let the guy go out there and hit like 17 threes. Like they were better than Louisville.
No, you're right.
MSU, don't get me started.
I won't get you started. But anyway, those are the tiers. Those are the 12 teams. Place your bets.
St. Louis Billikens.
97-1.
All right, spring training has started, but reality check. Brutal winter. Man, it's got a long runway ahead of us. You need a game plan. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They get you within 24 hours. Complete furnace checkup. Make sure your system's running safe and strong. And right now, they've got an absolute steal, only $79 for a complete furnace checkup. You can call Mastercraft today. They're the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators. They've got you covered. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, before we get to the calls, I know we got to catch up on text, but Kenny also has said he has something from the Olympics that would be a redeeming talking point. I said, okay, fine. One thing, I watched like 10 minutes last night. Like 5-6 people in a row go down the hill in the skiing. They all crashed. I go, this is unbelievable. Then they showed the drone kind of following them. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, the drone coverage is
awesome.
Next level. I do like that, especially like the luge. You could see, like, okay, you get a different angle for this. Somehow, I don't think you watch what Kenny's about to talk about.
Yeah, so this one was not one that I was expecting to run into this week. There's a headline coming out. Multiple articles have this: Olympic Village condom shortage. They've ran out of condoms in Olympic Village after just 3 days.
This is what we're doing?
Yes.
This is what we're doing.
An anonymous athlete said the supplies ran out in just 3 days. They promised us more will arrive, but no one knows when. And to put this into context, in Paris, supposedly they kind of like supply dropped 300,000 condoms, and there was still a shortage in Paris, which, city of love or whatever.
Well, remember, they actually, I forgot which Olympics designed beds that are only made for one person to try to curb all of everything that was going on. Yeah, because, it's
a lot of Jeff Riegers down there chewing it and doing it.
It's party time. You've been training for 4 years. And now that your event is over and you're there?
But hold on. You just said 300,000?
300,000 to Paris, which, I mean, in
How many athletes are even at the Olympics? We have got to break down the mathematics on
I can look up the numbers, but it's probably more than you think, but still, that to run out of that many by the way, not in a week, not in a week and a half, not in 3 days.
That's why I want to do the mathematics on this. It doesn't. It's the math ain't mathin'.
Okay, hold on.
I'll let you guys do your science experiment. I'm going to talk to the people about your critical question about the Lions. You and Kenny can do your condom calculus. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Hey, Mike Rico, I got to tell you something. I do not worship at the church of Brad Holmes, and I'll tell you why. He does nothing in free agency, and like that guy from the Bears fan said, unless you can plug these holes, you're not going to do it off the draft. Unless you can plug these holes through free agency, we're looking at not making the playoffs again this year, in which case I think Brad Holmes needs to get out.
John, I'll agree with the first part. It is plausible, if they take a longer view approach, that they do miss the playoffs. If they are not hell-bent on getting back into Super Bowl contention with a bold-off season, your microphone's on, Kenny. Let's turn that off, please. Sorry, John. You can tell it's a Friday, Johnny. It's amateur hour back here. But, the idea is if they draft, develop, sign their own kind of patience. No, John, you're right. There's no world you're getting rid of your GM. Now, look, if they don't make the playoffs next year again, then this call takes on a different tenor where you could start the hot seat. I just don't want to overreact. Is that fair, or am I being too soft here?
Well, am I wrong, or what has he done in free agency that I haven't seen?
Nothing. He needs to be better. Agree totally. But being better in free agency, part of that is going to have to be, as Rico has said, it's got to be a shift in how they run this thing. You can't just bargain shop.
Yeah, you can't go and get the broken player. Let's hope that we can fix him. And you can't go get the project player in the third round or later in the draft. You got to go out and get people who can actually help you out right here, right now. If they're not in the starting lineup, they're in the two deep, and their depth. You don't have that, and that's why every year for the last 2 years when people go down, it's like name tag guy out there. Yeah. Okay, who did we just pick up this week?
Well, it's also been the middle rounds of the draft. Let's face it.
Projects.
You move up for Broderick Martin. You draft Manu. You draft Wingo and Vaki.
Broken quarterback, Hendon Hooker.
You give up 3/3 to take Tesla. Start to look at it. You got to talk about it. That's your depth.
Yeah.
The third, the fourth round are your depth players. And once in a while, you got to find an Amon-Ra. Yeah. But it's been bad.
Right. But you banked on that Amon-Ra and that Kirby, and you got high off your own supply. And then it was we're going to go get this guy. And Manu. Wait,
I still think I know we have a bet on this. Manu will be released during training.
All right, that's not a bet. I'm right there with you.
Okay, then let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how are you, bud?
How you doing?
Good, Mike.
I agree with you 100%. We need a pass rush. You put quarterbacks on their back. That's what happened to Brady 2 times when they played the Giants and stuff. I'm sick and tired of looking at all these other teams. Quarterback not getting enough time. You do that, your secondary look great. I don't care who you have back there. If you get to the quarterback and punish him, they would win. So
Yeah.
I hope Brad Holmes come to his senses and get somebody to help Aiden Hudson, because Aiden Hudson, to me, is Robin. He need a Batman.
Well, see, I don't know. I mean, I think if you go and get somebody in the draft, you get the Mestador, then he's the Robin, Aiden's the Batman. If you go get a Max Crosby or some player like that, then I think that they could help long term, because they can say, hey, look, Aiden, you're good, but let me make you better. Try doing it this way. Try doing it that way.
Well, and maybe part of this, too, for both Mike, for you, and for Rico, maybe part of this comes down to, does Decker come back? Look, if Decker came back, am I comfortable? No. But then you're not in the market for a left tackle. Now, that can greatly change your offseason. It'll also cost you another $21 million. But maybe if you get the right veteran to come back, it allows you to do the Crosby thing because you care less about the pick. I've already said I'm going to free agency to sign a right tackle, and I'm moving Sewell to left. That's all I would do. It's time for Panay to go to the left side and continue his Hall of Fame career.
I'm right there with you.
You got to win now.
Yeah, and again, it's just cheaper to sign a right tackle. Easier to draft one. It's not your quarterback's blind side. It's just an easier ask. Yes, Kenny.
So we have an update on the condom debacle.
Why, you know what I love? He don't put him. Nothing draws his effort and energy the way this stupid story has.
Bro,
okay,
it's Valentine's Day for him.
You know, you put me in that mindset early on in the show. Now we're talking about it again.
Go ahead.
So I guess in this Olympic Village, there's a smaller number of athletes, so they provided a smaller amount of condoms. But still, around 10,000, maybe a little less, were provided for the 2,800 athletes. So that's roughly 3 a day for the last 3 days.
Wait, there's 2,800 athletes.
A little north of 2,800, but yeah.
So how did they have 300,000 in Paris?
Because there were more athletes, more sports. Yeah,
Okay.
Olympics are big.
All right. So 2,800, and how many did they drop off?
10,000.
And they're out in 3 days.
Out in 3 days.
Remarkable.
For the Athletic.
You know, as Rocky's trainer, Mickey Burgess Meredith, once said, women weaken the legs. I mean, how you flying down the hill here? What do you got left?
Maybe that's why it's a lot of crashes.
There's Rico at the top of the run.
Or, remember.
There's Rico at the top of the bobsled run.
But remember, some people have already finished. They're done. They're just hanging out for the next 2 weeks.
I'd hope so after 3 days. What the hell you got going on?
Like that. I mean, imagine. It's like playing the, that Saturday game in NFL Wild Card Weekend. Yeah, the rest of the weekend now. We're done.
Kenny, I hope you're happy. I hope you're Roberts. God, please, can we move away from this story and just go to Chad and Troy? Chad, how you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Sorry for the voice coming off the flu, but I had something to talk about with Max Crosby.
Okay.
Can we say that Max is really like a 2-for-1? Because you guys have been covering it for weeks now that we're not going to be able to do all this in an offseason. It's going to be really hard to do so. So by getting Max, it's going to help with the secondary because we're not going to be able to get, with the injuries and with just the lack of production, having them get better by getting that signing.
I mean, I don't know about calling it a 2-for-1, but I mean, look, it's just about, yes, you can make other position groups better with his acquisition. That's been my point. I mean, this guy just totally can transform your defense. So yeah, in that sense, 2-for-1.
He also wants to be here. He's made it abundantly clear that, preferred destination. How many times are we in a position to get someone of that caliber that actually wants to be here? And it's like too good to be true. It's like you can't pass up on an opportunity like that.
Chad, the thing is about Max Crosby, I'm almost to the point now, either make it happen or just stop talking. Because Like, dude, you've been saying, I'm kind of wanting to leave. You've been half wet for 2 years.
Yeah. I think it's finally reached its breaking point, though. And then, like this old like re-signing guys too early, hence Kirby Joseph, hence Aleem McNeil. Can we not do that with Gibbs and Laporta, especially with Laporta's back?
Yeah, see
what happens this year.
That's where I'm at for sure. There's no scenario with guys coming off big injuries that I'm going to run to the table and sign him. No, I think the Lions off season is going to be absolutely fascinating. And again, I think a lot what people think about Brad Holmes will be directly tied to it. I mean, they could take a more patient approach. I think it'd be a mistake. But we're going to find out together. That's the fun of it, is just ultimately the NFL's turned into a 365-day-a-year league. You get a little respite here. The league calendar is going to start in 10 days or whatever the hell it is, and away we go. But I need a Taylor Decker decision by March 1st.
Yeah, I need a plan because last year you got caught with your pants down. This year, this can't happen.
I'm shocked Kenny didn't play a drop for that. 97-1.
Hey, guys, you ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbook, well, their rewards are just the same old, same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose. And you can use that Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. If you want to value your bet, Fanatics will always have your back. And also, did I mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday, like today, and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to a sportsbook that will always have your back and will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're in the market for a new ride. Remember the name. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, now open on Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, and they are setting the standard for how car buying should be done. Moran Buick GMC, Sterling Heights, the premier Buick GMC dealer in the area, and it's all about the experience. No games, no goofball salespeople, value, and they present the best deals all the time. 26 GMC Sierra Crew Cab starting $199 a month, 0 down. The 26 Buick Envision Preferred starting at $379 a month, $999 down. In both of those deals, 24 months. If you're shopping GMC trucks or Buick SUVs, start at Moran. You're always going to get the best price, period. On Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or online at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right. I know this is against my will. I really don't want to do this. But I'm going to subject myself to this. It's time for Who Said It. Here we go. Our coworkers say things. We have to figure it out. Now, David is not here. He's the week off. Kenny has put this together.
Yes.
This is a total wild card, Rico.
Mm-hmm. I have 5 Who Said It's plus a bonus, time permitting if we have time.
Oh, what a blessing.
And just before anybody starts asking any crazy questions, eligible is weekdays 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay.
So that's Wojo and Rieger.
I think Paul's going to do well at this.
Does that include update people?
I actually was trying my very best to work into Jeremy Otto. I couldn't figure out a way to do it. I listened to almost every update he did this week, and he just a little. No, I couldn't find one crack in the wall to do it. So unfortunately, not.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready for number 1?
Yes. I guess so. I guess so.
All right. Number 1. Stupid thought that probably doesn't matter, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do you think it's at all possible to put Vaki back on defense and try him out at safety because it's what he played in college?
Oh, dear.
Wow. Vaki leads me to think Gator, because Gator was a big Vaki fan.
One of their fascinations.
Yeah, kind of like Doug is with Jack Campbell.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to note that I didn't just say football like David would typically do on these questions.
Okay.
Let's face it, you're mentally checked out. You're at brunch already.
Kenny's at his Valentine's fiesta.
Right. I'm going to go Gator.
Paul, do you have a lean on this, brother?
I don't. I know Gator. I agree with Rico. Gator's a big Vaki guy coming out of the draft. I don't know, man. This is tough. I think I'm gonna go with John Jansen.
Why?
I just feel like, I don't know, it's something he would say. Like, I know that's sort of the baseline of the game. It's not really adding much to it, but it just seems like something that he would say.
Okay. Guys, I'll go with you on this. I don't know who would even be talking about this. Like, I don't even understand how it would go over our airwaves. Who gives a rat's ass about Vaki? So you know what, guys? I'm going to go with you on this. Kenny, who said it? You know what, Gator, you were right. You should have stopped at stupid thought. You kind of encapsulated it.
Nobody likes Vaki more than Gator.
All right, next one, boys. I will not leave the house in my jammies. Pajama pants are a no-go. I will not leave the house in my jammies.
Okay, would this just be Heather? Who else would say jammies?
Costa.
Oh.
Costa would say jammies.
Would he?
Yeah, he would.
I just wanted an excuse to use the word jammies on the air today, so mission accomplished.
What do we do?
You gonna go Heather? I'll go Costa.
Look, it's a guess.
Oh,
I just don't.
We got one already, so right now,
jammies?
Free roll.
All right.
It's a morning show thing. I can't see Jansen saying jammies, nor Gov. But I think I could see Costa off of a Heather News Report saying I wouldn't do it. I'm going Costa.
Actually, I'm going to agree with Rico on this. I'm going to say Costa. I think it is something like a back and forth, and he said it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Kenny, who said it?
I knew it was one of those two. I thought she said it, and Jim was just like, I wouldn't go out with my jammies either.
All right, next one.
Even though they have cats on.
I couldn't have told you a word he said, but he was vibing, he was dancing, it was upbeat. They married a couple.
Okay. I am going to use the Jenkins clause. I think I heard this. So I want to be a gentleman about this.
Rico, you got to guess.
I thought it was me until they said they married a couple. And I was like, I don't think I said that. Paul, you got anything?
I'm going to go with Rieger. That's the tag at the end. They married a couple. That sounds like something Rieger would say to button something. So I'm going to say Rieger.
I think, maybe it was Jansen. Oh, yeah, I forgot. He watched the other one. All right, I'll go with you, Paul. I'll go with Rieger.
All right, who said it?
There it is. Might be one of the dumbest things I heard all week. I don't understand a damn thing he said, but I loved it. Oh, okay.
All right, next one here. Here we go again. The Tigers with more pitching stars than almost anybody in baseball. This time it will work, right?
Say it again.
Here we go again. The Tigers with more pitching stars than almost anybody in baseball. This time it will work, right?
My initial feel here was Rieger.
My initial feel was Rieger, but then it was all I hear is Wojo trying to be funny about things. Like, it'll work, right?
Did he work?
He did.
Okay.
Early this week, he came in because he had a show by himself. I'm going to go Wojo.
Paulie.
I'm on both your wavelengths. The first two people that popped in my head were Wojo and Rieger. I'm going to go with Rieger, though. I think he'd add the more sarcasm at the end of it than Wojo would.
All right. I'll stay with my original. I feel like it's Rieger talking to himself, as he's prone to do. Like he asks himself questions. Kenny, who said it? Damn it. Nice job, Rico.
I got to say, Rico, you're really killing it.
He is. He's 3 for 3. That's tremendous.
No, I had cookies, and it wasn't.
Oh, all right. So we're both 2 for 3. I don't feel as bad. All right, next.
I don't think they handled the Skubal situation correctly, but I do think they salvaged a lot of their issues over the last couple signings that they've had.
That feels like Rico.
It does.
That's what it seems like, sounds like, feels like. I know you don't agree with how it was handled, but I know you agree they had a big week. I just feel like he said that.
It was so ass backwards, but it worked.
Paul?
I'm kind of with you on this one. Like, I think it is Rico. Yeah. I think it's something that Rico would say, and honestly, it's what happened. So, I think I'm going to go Rico too.
It was kind of like Aiden on that final sack against the Giants. It ended up working in a roundabout way. Yeah, okay. I could have said it.
Kenny. Oh, my God.
Kaboom!
That's
a Sarah bomb.
That's pretty rotten. I have to tell you, that's pretty rotten. Nice job.
I'm sorry,
though.
I said between the hours of 6 and 8
it's
on
a
weekday.
nice job.
Thank you.
It's just still rotten, but nice job. Rotten nonetheless. Nice job. Rotten.
I'll take the half compliment almost. All right, here's your bonus round. I think you guys are going to get it. Yeah, he did wince a little bit when he made that save. Gonna rub some spaghetti sauce on it. He'll be fine.
That has to be Kenny. No one slanders Italian culture like this hillbilly meth head. That sounds like something Kenny would have said when Clara, the Italian stud goalie, blew out against Sweden.
You don't think you said it?
I might have. It's possible, but I joke around about it. Kenny has legitimate disdain for Italian people. It just feels.
Wow.
Paul, which one between the two?
Between me and Kenny.
Actually, to be completely fair, I said that. I said that on your guys' show on Wednesday when it happened, and you and Rico were talking about him going off the ice, and then I said they'll rub some spaghetti sauce on him and he'll be fine.
Oh, really?
And so I'm pretty sure I said it.
All back to back.
I had you guys in an AirPod that day, and when he delivered this line,
unbelievable.
That segment had me and a lot of other people. The people were texting me about that segment, going, "You're really missing out on this one, bud."
We had a good time. It was a lot of fun, man.
It was organic. It was like, wait a minute, I may win this. Nope, I'm not. He's dead.
Listen, he tried his best.
Mike, you know me. I don't mind. It goes back to that table bet we made in Vegas. It was a fun ride.
You had plus 8,500. Italy sitting here tied at 2. You're
I
feeling
felt bad
decent
for you, Rico. That was tough.
You don't
had a
plan
shot
on
there.
losing the only guy ever to be drafted to the NHL in Italian hockey history.
And we got a good nickname, Stromboli goalie.
Right? The Escaroli goalie. That is a double Paul Serra who said it. I can't leave that Brendan Shabath update alone. I need a minute. Like, we are just living in idiocracy. First of all, the idea that Stephen A. Smith, with a straight face, in a serious manner, would discuss a run for office, we've lost the plot. Okay? I'm not even convinced Stephen A. watches sports anymore with some of the takes he unleashes. But the idea that he even has a loose grip on policy or what it takes, you can't be serious.
He is. He figures, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to out-yell everybody, and I'm going to use words that they don't understand, and yeah, I'll be a great president.
Can't wait to see him at the G7 summit. I just, like, the whole point is just, look, it's fine. You can have beliefs, do whatever you want. I'm good with it. Like, I can have reasonable conversations. I have friends who care deeply about politics on both sides of the aisle. I laugh at them. My humility about it is the smartest play. Like, I don't have all the answers. I don't think either side is the right answer. I think a vast majority of Americans would just vote in the middle. You like a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and I'm going to, we're going to go right down the middle. That's not an option in party line politics. But Stephen A. Smith, come on, man. Can someone stop the caricature?
Yeah,
please.
The funny thing is, but if I told you, 10 years ago, hey, Donald Trump, the guy from the TV show?
Correct.
He's going to be president. No.
The difference would be you can have major economic views when you're a billionaire. Stephen A. Smith talks about basketball. Right. Exactly.
Kenny's on his game today.
I can't believe this is the times we're living in. And he's doing it with a straight face.
And imagine
that's crazy.
Imagine the person who loses to him.
Oh my God.
You're like the woman who lost to Marion Barry after he was caught with crack.
After bitch set me up.
Right. Like, yeah. Wait. So he was caught with crack and you still lost to him. You should probably give up politics.
Well, Stephen A. Smith, he might make a run for it. Good luck. I'm just like, wow, my God. This is why I can't take any of it serious.
Well, I remember he said he was going to do it, and then it was like, no, I'm not. And I was like, who's asking you to run for president?
That's what I would like to know. Who are these people pushing you to run for office? I'd like to meet those people.
But, is LeBron going to be on your cabinet? Spike Lee?
I doubt that. I don't think the LeBron one will work. No? They do not like each other. Kenny?
I don't know who could possibly be asking for this. First Take's going to be wild once he gets on the campaign trail. That'll be crazy.
Like, it's impossible. You can't do First Take and run for president. You can't.
My bottom 5 Russian leaders.
Yeah, exactly. My least favorite countries. Oh, my Lord. All right. Exactly. All right. Let's.
El Salvador, look, you better come correct.
My God. It's the movie Idiocracy. All right, go ahead and do it.
President Camacho.
Exactly. It's the only thing we're missing.
You know what's funny about all this, though, is that nothing even can surprise me about this anymore.
No.
Just based on whether you're left or right or in the middle, wherever you are politically, nothing that headline-wise, like Stephen A's running for president. Okay, I guess so. Whatever you say, man.
Who you running with? Let's just really make this a mockery. So that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. I just needed a couple of minutes because when I heard that in the update, I just was, okay. Now, where do you want to go at 5 o'clock? I leave it to you.
Oh, no. At 5 o'clock, I was just going to ask the people out there. We kind of touched upon this at the beginning of the show, but I don't know if people have realized this is the first weekend, 0 football. It's over. There's no football to be played this weekend.
Correct.
What are you watching?
No basketball.
Right.
No hockey. They're on their Olympic hiatus.
Right. What are you doing out there? What's going to occupy your weekend, your time this weekend? What are you watching? What are you doing? It's not like you can go out there, I'm going to do yard work. We're still covered in snow.
It's also Valentine's Day. It borders on a hostage situation for men in Metro Detroit. They don't have any outs. And if you're in a relationship where Valentine's Day matters, you're kind of dead. I don't think you'll get a choice there.
Now, I think if that's the case, though, you'll earn big-time relationship points because there's no distractions. You're just, yes,
well, there are. I mean, listen, it is Risen Star Saturday at Fairgrounds in New Orleans. Another win and you're in for the Kentucky Derby type deal.
I did not know
Just
that.
throwing that out there. You want to see Paladin run? Could be the potential favorite in the Kentucky Derby.
So the winning horse, did they get a bag of beignets?
Sure. You know what? I'm just going to say yes to whatever you say about horse racing. Yes. They actually serve them king cake in their feed.
Okay.
Beads, they run with them.
The jockey looks like those creepy babies?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Actually, yes, we strap one of those onto the horse. Yes.
Okay.
But no, look, I leave it to the people. I'm different. I don't have a nervous breakdown when football is done. But
it's a little bit of withdrawal. With all of a sudden, you're used to, we complained about the Super Bowl, but it was at least bad football. It's like pizza. It was still there.
I'm good with the break. But I'm the exception. I'm not the rule. I do this for a living. So for me, the break allows for all the TV shows that people have told me about that I don't have time to watch. I now have time. It's obviously the lead up to the Kentucky Derby. So every Saturday from now through the first Saturday in May, well, except for the last couple in April, but my point stands, I've got incredible days of racing to watch, and I have time to do other stuff. Football dominates my life. All the products I do, all the shows that I do, they're all football. It's not like I'm hosting, hey, Above the Crossbar with Kenny Cott. Like, everything for me is football.
I get it.
When it goes away, my life returns. So I'm not the right guy to ask this to.
Well, I'm asking the people, 248-539-9797, what are you doing this weekend? What's occupying your time?
Well, like tonight, you've got Wisconsin and MSU, right?
Well, I'm watching that, but, it's like you and your New Orleans horse race.
Maybe this is where people begin to watch college hoops. I don't know. It's not the NBA All-Star game, I'll tell you that.
Well, right. The college hoop weekend was actually last weekend with all the buzzer beaters and overtimes and Duke, North Carolina, and this weekend, not so much.
Also, did you see college basketball last night? I was just checking to see kind of what was out there, maybe to put in rotation. Rico, I don't think a major conference played a game last night.
No.
It was like if your school ended in Tech, A&T, or you're from a state whose populace is less than 10,000 people, you played last night. How could that be a Thursday night in February for college hoops?
I don't think that they thought this thing through because, Mike, last weekend would have been this weekend if you were because there's no NBA. Maybe they didn't want to go up against the farce that is the NBA All-Star. But yeah, last weekend was like, wow, it felt like March. So maybe you say you got Michigan State, Wisconsin tonight. I got to look to see who else is like major games being played this weekend. Or do you catch up on all those shows?
Well, I tell you, new season of Lincoln Lawyer, outstanding.
I keep reading about that.
You've never watched Lincoln Lawyer?
No.
It's really good. Okay. I think you'd like it. It's you know what I term it? It's an easy watch. It's not something that's going to scare you. It's not something that is like, how certain shows, they're so plot dense. Right. You need to like a notebook.
Right.
It's not that.
That's what I'm trying to find, like a limited series, like 8 episodes, 10 episodes, and then that's it.
Mobland.
No. I'm saying not seasons, just one and done. That's it.
Well, you don't have to pick up the next season. Mobland was 10 episodes with Tom Hardy. That was like 8 to 10 episodes.
Okay.
All that's out is the 1 year. Okay. Lincoln Lawyer's 4 seasons.
Like his and hers was really good. I mean, it was really good. And then, like I said, there won't be a sequel, but it was a great watch.
I'm like the only person who hasn't seen that.
That's okay.
Shout out football. 248-539-9797, though. First, this is a dead sports weekend. But maybe you've got an out. Tell us what you're doing with your time here. For me, I think you catch up on some shows. Your programs, if you're an older person. But again, like Kenny, it's his first year as a married man. His Valentine's Day is going to take up Saturday. So he's cooked. For the rest of humanity, it depends. If you're not in one of these relationships where Valentine's Day is a big deal, you're going to have to get creative. TV-wise, I think for me, I'd catch up on shows. I'm not asking you to, handicap the races, but it's a big day of racing down in New Orleans.
Hey, man, I'm a big horse racing fan now.
Yeah, because the last Friday, I know you. You liked every bit of that 13-1. I know you.
Right, but now, like I said, I'll be watching, the game at the Kohl Center tonight, which they're favored by 2.5 now.
Good luck. 248-539-9797. If you want to bet the Olympics, great, I guess, ? FanDuel's got it. You're on your own with that, though. FanDuel will give you more ways to stay connected to the action. Winter games are on. No other sports are. Maybe this is the out. It's FanDuel. You play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present in Michigan. If you have a gambling problem, you call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Kenny, the text communications, and my question is this. With mainstream sports largely dead this weekend, and it is your first non-football weekend, what percentage of people actually are desperate enough to turn to the Olympics? Or how many of you do not get a choice this weekend because you are in a relationship where Valentine's Day is important? That's a tough spot. Kenny, what do the texters have as we begin?
Text Communications going to the golf simulator tomorrow may get the clubs out of the closet and play 36 virtual holes to knock the rust off.
Yes. Listen, I think that's brilliant. But that is also part of the reason I have so much respect for people who like want to be good at golf and live in this state, because you only can play outside like 4 months a year, 5. Like if you're a sicko like Rieger will go out in 40 degrees and rain. I'm talking about actual golf conditions. That's why it kills it for me. Like I don't know how you do it, but yeah, I guess you're going to the simulator. Okay, TJ's big on that.
Most popular one, by the way, by a country mile on the ticket text or on the text communications is Daytona 500 on Sunday. A lot of Daytona 500 people, a lot of NASCAR folks out there.
You mean hillbillies?
NASCAR folks.
All right, fair enough.
Landman, we got that from Dan.
Landman's fantastic. Rico, did you ever watch it?
You know what? No, I haven't.
Oh, come on.
No.
Now, do you
now
like Billy Bob Thornton, though? If you don't like him,
like
you
Billy
can't
Bob
watch it. Okay. Then I think I think it's a great show. Very good show. One of the few I was able to keep up on in football madness.
I don't want you to give it away. Am I watching Yellowstone South?
No.
Okay.
It's modern.
Okay. No,
it's the oil industry.
I just didn't know if this was like Yellowstone South.
No one's riding horses.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's...
Because a lot of his shows are pretty much the same.
Yeah, well, at least stylistically, this is different.
Okay.
But it is made by Taylor Sheridan.
Right, that's what I was asking. Like,
okay.
There's a Rip character.
How about this? It'll make you understand why Texas Tech football has so much money. How about that? Kenny.
Since Rieger was just back here this weekend, I will chew it and do it. That's from Brandon in the car.
Perfect. We knew we walked right into that. All right, let's get to the people. We'll go to Ken. He's out in Richmond, 97.1. Kenny, what's good?
Hey, guys. NASCAR's on all weekend. It starts tonight. There's a truck race tonight. There's 2 races tomorrow. There's one on, obviously, the big race on Sunday. But, I'm a guy who grew up going to Mount Clemens Speedway till 1985. So, I'm a race fan through and through.
So what is the truck racing? Do they race on dirt with that? Is that when they're spinning around in a circle, or are they on the concrete too?
It's basically underneath the skin is a stock car, but it's just shaped like a pickup truck. That's all.
So it's a car shaped like a truck.
It looks like a pickup truck. Yes.
For the most part. So aerodynamics are a lot different. They don't have the horsepower that the top level has.
So is that like junior varsity? You have to graduate that to get to the...
Yeah, it's the 3rd level. You're talking AA. So
let me ask you a question, Ken. When you're watching these races, I mean, they're endless. It's all day. Like, do you ever get bored? I mean, it's not like a horse race that's over in a minute and 15 seconds here. Do you ever just sit there and go, you know what? I'm going to come back to this in 30 minutes?
It's the best sleeping pill I can ever take.
There he is. That's my guy. Ken's honest. That's okay. So fine. You just kind of doze off a little. It's like golf. Golf is, look, the soundtrack of golf, there's usually birds chirping. Right. Even the announcers are quiet.
Jim Nantz putting you to sleep.
That's right. Okay. At least Ken's being honest. If he had hit me with the 2-piece combo that it's the most exciting thing in the world, I view NASCAR like harness racing. I don't even understand its existence.
Like, okay, lap 170 and lap 232.
And it's not like you're passing people very often here. I mean,
you're waiting for the crash.
In some ways. Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so I just want to say I enjoy college basketball. I'm good with the break with football. I'm the guy that's up watching the Maui Invitational like after midnight. I enjoy it. It's just good to see that next talent coming up. It's very entertaining. They play good basketball and they maximum effort, man.
A man after my heart, Steve.
Yeah, in regards to the shows, I like to watch The Lincoln Lawyer and Shrinking, and I do watch the figure skating for Olympics because that's my daughter. She figure skates, so we kind of watch that together as well. So that's it. Oh, one other thing, the Stephen A. thing. I feel like U.S. politics is reality TV that everybody else is watching and laughing at hysterically.
Steve, I often think of that. I always wonder sometimes, like, we are the greatest nation on the planet. Are we perfect? No. Is there anywhere I'd rather live? Absolutely not. But I do think about some of these other countries watching American politics over, say, the last 15 years. Man, they got to have a hoot watching our politics.
Right. You know, they probably hear that Larry David music in the background.
It's the truth.
Yes, absolutely. The sketch comedy has went through the roof. I just see little clips every now and then. I'm just like, wow, this is terrible. It's like watching Chappelle's show on the other side. Though.
Yes. And I mean, Steve, listen, no one side gets to make fun of the other. They both have got they've both played some real hits here. It's like, man alive.
Have a great weekend.
I appreciate it, Steve. No, I'm telling you, Lincoln Lawyer, don't let the Four Seasons. Okay. If you don't like it, you never have to watch more.
Is it the same as the movie?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
That's the McConaughey movie.
Right.
No. I think this is better. Personally.
Same premise, though.
Well, loosely on a lawyer that drives a Lincoln. But I mean.
No. I'm just saying, like, okay.
Between Landman and Lincoln Lawyer, I don't think you're going to go wrong on your non-sports weekend. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, what's going on, buddy? Jim? I'm going to put Jim on hold.
I think Jim's doing his own NASCAR.
He might be. Let's go to Ed, 97.1. Ed, how you doing, pal?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good. What's on your mind, bud?
Well, you were asking what people are watching this weekend. I'm a Grubhub driver. And I would say 95% of the houses I deliver to have this newfangled thing. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called the Winter Olympics on.
What? The Olympics?
Yeah, the Winter Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, Ed, if I asked the question is, if you're that desperate, is that where you end up, the Olympics?
Well, I'm just saying, like I said, 95% of the houses that I deliver to that I can see a TV, they have the Olympics on. So apparently it's pretty popular.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the Winter Olympics to me is something that you pop in for a few minutes, watch it, and then you see what else is on. I'm not a big Winter Olympics fan where it's like, yeah, I'm going to spend the next few hours watching curling.
Well, I'm a former downhill skier, so I love watching all of the races.
All right, so were you watching last night with the, what do they call it, the Super G? Did you watch any of that?
Somewhere, yes.
All right. I swear to God, in a 15-minute period, the only person who made it down the hill in one piece was the Italian lady. And she's like 40, and she won the damn thing.
She was the only one that finished?
Well, right, and they were building up the American skater, Breezy Johnson or whatever. She crashed like 4 seconds into the damn thing.
Yep.
But that looks terrifying. Because, Ed, when they do the drone footage, I don't know, that looks like you got to have a screw loose to participate in that sport.
Well, you do.
Okay, that's more than fair.
It's an adrenaline rush that you really can't match anywhere else.
I'm telling you, Eddie, when they're, I mean, those are the wide slaloms. Rika, these people are going airborne. They got like one leg in the air. They look like Kenny drunk, and they got to try to land it. And then all of a sudden, whee, you're in a tree. Like, you just, I couldn't believe it. Nobody was making it to the bottom of the hill.
So
but then it was foggy. So they're starting this thing, and they look like they're in the North Sea. I don't know how anybody does it.
And then just think, you trained 4 years just to say, well, I finished, so I get the gold.
That's kind of like last night I watched probably 15 minutes. That's what it felt like. All this training, and you didn't get to the bottom of the hill. My God, save yourself the flight at that point.
Yeah, I always wonder, that person who trained for 4 years to finish last. Like, wow. I mean, you sacrificed. You got up at 5:30 in the morning. You did all of this stuff to finish last in the Olympics.
Someone has to finish last.
Right. It's just, you always say, I'm going to be on a Wheaties box. Yeah, I'm going to be on a Hydrox bottle. I don't know.
All right. We'll go to Bradley, 97.1. Brad, how you doing, bud?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Mike, you made a comment. Last night was one of the most dead sports watching nights on TV.
Yeah.
And you had 0 Power 5 teams, like you said, in action in college basketball. I'm curious for Mike or Rico, have either of you guys noticed this year in college basketball, there has basically been 0 Power 5 games at all on Thursday nights?
You're right. Because the Big Ten used to have Thursday nights. They moved them to Friday. Their big games are now Friday night because of Fox.
Ugh.
I know. So, yeah, you're right. Thursday night used to be a big Big Ten night because Monday night was always like the Big 12. So you would always get Kansas versus somebody.
That was Big Monday, Super Tuesday. Like, yes, there was like a tradition to it. I mean, Brad, I thought I was hallucinating for a second because I was scrolling and I'm like, oh my God, there's nothing anywhere.
And again, Peacock taking one game every week has hurt the tradition. But the other weird thing is, if you look on ESPN scores, there's been 0 SEC or ACC games on Thursday nights too this year, and
it's crazy to me.
I think it's kind of bad for TV watching.
Everything. Look, I know Rico will disagree probably. I think putting games in football or basketball on Friday nights is atrocious.
No, I'm with you. I'm not a big Friday night fan, but it's where we are.
I know. It's a bummer because I'm like Bradley. You got used to the way it was. I know the way it was, and I'm old. But, like, yeah, I liked knowing, all right, this is the Big 12's night, and this is the Big 10's night. And, like, you had that 9 o'clock time slot. It meant something, and you knew what you were getting. And now it's like, oh, it's on Friday night. Or even like what MSU had last week. Like, why wasn't that game in the afternoon on CBS?
But see, I would even take, like, the game tonight tomorrow night. So, you know
what?
Because it was a build-up, because it was like a lot of great games, and as soon as this one ended, the next one started.
Yes.
So I was
like
cool
Thursday
with
or Saturday. Friday night, I'm sorry. That's the end of the work week, and the last thing I want is, all right, let's dive into more sports.
The only time I want to see Friday night games is the tournament.
That's the best. That's different.
Yeah.
Are you actually going to take one of the opening days off this year? You've always talked about it.
We're looking at it.
Okay, listen. There's no slander. I'm fine if you. I don't care. Do it.
No,
Party.
I got Friday.
Plus, it's your basement debut.
It's Friday, like the Big Ten tournament.
Oh Jesus. Okay, I knew it. Okay. Now that's a level of nerdery I can't get.
No, because it's in Chicago, so I could drive there.
All right. Got a couple places for you if you're actually going to go out.
Okay, Mr. New Orleans.
I didn't say I was going to Risen Star Day. I just said it'll be on the TV. All right. Listen, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. What is going on? Kenny, your microphone Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and they have it all the time. That's the difference. There's no lead times, wait times, pre-orders. You go to Northville, they have the product you need when you need it. Get on their schedule now so that when we get out of the permafrost, you can get your deck built. Stop by, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay. We'll get some texts. I know Rieger's already been hosting his pre-show in the green room out there. It's been tremendous. Kenny, text communications before Mr. Blue Pill, or whatever his new name at the station. All I know is when I hear the commercial from you, I feel like every time you're overemphasizing the whole tagline more and more. Are you?
Do it and do it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like it's the over enunciation.
Sorry, wrong button.
It's right there with Brendan Shabbat.
Brendan Shabbat. It's
Luke Sloan.
Well, Luke just chews on his words. But like, I almost feel like Rieger is the Stephen A. of boner pills. Just the over.
Nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Blueberries.
Actually.
Stay off the weed.
He's going to be our president, and I'm the president of those pills.
Oh, boy. Kenny, before Rieger plugs in.
A lot more NASCAR love coming in for what are you doing this weekend instead of, the sports that we're used to.
I always forget we have that many hillbillies out here.
You know, the hillbilly thing is starting to rub me the wrong way because I feel like you're looking at me without looking at me.
I didn't. You don't like NASCAR, do you?
No, I actually don't.
Then
I don't get it. College basketball, but people in Detroit don't care about that.
They don't. This is a god-awful college basketball town. It's always been that way.
We got a couple of more, and I wanted to ask Jeff about this. We got a couple more golf simulator texts after the last one that came in. There's a lot of people that are all about that.
Oh, it's amazing. So the only thing that bums me out is I've really improved my game. My last 2 times at the sim, 18 holes, beautiful courses, simulated, I shot 83. So then I went to, I'm usually like a high 90s to 100 golfer, right? So I'm like, oh my God, I'm getting so much better. Then I went to AI. I'm like, what's the equivalent of an 83 in real golf? And AI said like 100, so.
Wait, so the simulator doesn't simulate real golf?
You don't putt on the simulator usually.
What?
Yeah, you can, but it's a pain in the ass. So usually every sim is, you hit it to a certain distance. The one I play is 10 feet. So anything...
Oh, so you're totally fake.
No,
that's the separator between...
Right, you hit it into the sheet, and then it just says, oh,
But hold on a second. The real shots, though, it's still going to... If you shank, you shank. If you slice, you slice.
But the short game separates... The ham and eggers like you and good
100%.
golfers.
Like, yes, if you're a god-awful putter and you don't have to putt in the Sims, how dare you? I've gotten better. But if you're a god-awful putter, then yes, the Sim obviously is a help for you. In fact, I've been so good on the Sims, I don't want to play real golf again.
You shouldn't. You ought to just stay in your lane.
It's amazing. Now, how dare you? God, do you realize next week on Monday, I got to work with Rico. You're off, I believe, but it's 42 and sunny. I would go out and play 18.
No,
there are courses year-round open, like Rackham in your neck of the woods, totally open every day.
I would. Why can't you just wait for it to be actually nice so you can enjoy yourself?
It's always enjoyable.
Okay, well then, you know what? Then you chew it and hit the ball.
Why don't you guys take up golf?
Because I'm too old to start things. I'm terrible. Unless you're good at golf, you're not going to enjoy it.
Yeah, but you really don't have any bad habits.
I don't want to play a game you can't win. So
you can win by betting people that they won't be as good as you, or you can get strokes.
I see how you are.
Yeah.
I don't want to be
but see, here's what I'm telling you, and this goes with everybody.
Golfers are obsessed.
If Mike or you were to pick up the game, at first you'd struggle, you'd probably throw a couple clubs, but then you'd become obsessed. It's a phenomenal game because
why would I be obsessed?
Because you want to get better. You think about it a lot.
Flowchart.
Well, what else are you?
You can't win.
What else are you doing? We're a bunch of middle-aged men. It's perfect for us.
Buddy.
You can gamble a little bit. You can drink a little bit.
Buddy, you wouldn't last 3 days with my schedule. Stop. I don't have that kind of time, pal. To put in the golf
early.
Spend time with your wife. Huh?
He ain't trying to do that.
I love my wife.
Right. I figured like most golfers are just like, let's invent a sport so that we don't have to be home
I
for
think
hours.
if you live in a place where it's nice all year round, it's more justifiable. I respect guys who golf here.
To retire on a golf course?
Yes. I don't have that kind of money.
Move down to Arizona.
You guys want to give me, can I start a GoFundMe? Absolutely.
Honestly, I feel like the GoFundMe thing happens all the time now. Like, maybe you should. Like, there have been bad people who people have set up GoFundMes for.
So you think if
they get money?
GoFundMe, how much will you donate for me to live at a golf course?
No. Create a fake event and people will donate.
No, but we need you here.
Oh, why?
Because you're valuable. Because you're really good at your job.
Well, thank you. You are too. But if I make enough money to retire on a golf
well, then
course,
that's different.
Think about that.
Yeah,
oh my God,
your skin would turn to leather because you would never go inside.
There are a bunch of people like Stoney probably who can't retire because they need to do this, right? Or they need to do whatever job they do. I feel if I got to retirement age and I could legitimately afford to retire and I get to play golf every day in Florida, let's say, I would be such a happy bastard. I really
because
would.
You're normal. Stoney's on Planet Nebular. There's a difference.
Fair.
Now, what do you have
if
coming
I had
up next?
Stoney's money, I would not do radio anymore. I would play golf.
What are you counting his? You don't know what he does and does. Leave the guy alone. Busting his balls. He's not even here to defend
I love
himself.
Stoney.
My whole point is,
yes,
your monologue was outstanding last night.
Oh, thank you.
With Verlander, it was excellent.
Thank you.
I listened the whole way home.
Thank you.
No, because you try. That's in short supply sometimes at this place.
Thank you.
You try.
I was fired up. I still am fired up. You wouldn't realize how many anti-Verlander text and calls we got yesterday.
We've
It's
gotten the
unbelievable.
same.
Why?
Because I
What
think
is it?
people feel a need. Like, look, I can be very caustic and negative, but like when a move is a good move, I just say it. There doesn't need to be a caveat.
And
I
I was about to say, some people are still upset that he left, and they haven't gotten over that.
He got traded.
Yeah, but he got traded.
I know,
It's
but
not his fault.
But you're not a Detroiter for life.
Although he did pitch really well to get traded. If you remember.
Yes.
Yeah, he wanted the hell out, which I don't blame him.
And I
He
think
saw
he's
the
going to
rebuild.
pitch well here.
I agree.
The pilot light is out. This is going to be his last shot. It's a World Series caliber team. I think he's going to pitch well.
So could the only thing that would top that if Stafford came back?
So somebody actually.
I beg you, don't say that.
So somebody actually brought up on the text yesterday, like in the 8 o'clock hour, I think it was. It's like, it's interesting how nice you're talking about Verlander, but you always trash Stafford. And I'm like, that's such a great point. They're both going to be Hall of Famers. Now, Verlander is better in his craft than Stafford probably
Yeah, I was
is in
going to
his
say,
craft.
that Verlander had about a 5-year stretch. He was the best pitcher in the sport. He won an MVP. He
And Cy
took
Young.
this team to 2 World Series. Look, it's not a shot at Matthew Stafford. It also, I don't think he had the help that Verlander had.
I agree. It's a fair point.
But, geez, I mean, that's
Remember
what people
those-
are holding against you.
Remember those 2 Game 5s against Sonny Gray?
Oh, my
Against
God.
the
Back when
Oakland
Oakland
Athletics.
was good and all the freaks and geeks in the Coliseum banging the drums and
Yes,
stuff.
Johnny Peralta came back and
Yep.
he was playing outfield
Jay
after his
Honey.
steroid.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
So good. God, that's I hope we can have Comerica Park like that again.
Well, I think you've got a high chance at that. This division is so bad.
Agreed. And
Have you
there's gonna
looked
be-
at the Guardians rotation? Oh, my God. You
They're
got to
gonna go
look
get-
at it.
Yeah, but the thing about the Guardians is they get good pitching regardless, it seems like.
Yeah, but
like,
I'm
hey,
sorry.
throw Tanner Bybee in there. He's going to be good.
But dude, they're running out of steam here. When you look at these guys. Now, look, Gavin Williams, a lot of talent. Bybee's got talent, a little bit of a head case. I'm talking number 3, 4, and 5. You're dealing with the Logan T. Allens and the Bobby Ciccionis, and I'm going, well, wait a second now. This is a whole different ballgame. Then go look at that lineup.
Then go get Nick Castellanos to be a right-handed hitting piece.
He was a
in
negative
Cleveland.
WAR player. He's gotten worse each of the last 3 seasons.
I'd bring him back, though.
You're on
It's
crack.
totally risk-free.
You don't even have a position.
It's risk-free. You could throw him in right field if you really needed to. He's got a better arm than Carp.
Rico.
Furthermore, he's a DH.
We're out of
You
here.
need a right-handed bat, buddy.
You're next.
Okay, goodbye, guys.
Enjoy
Have
your
a great
basketball,
weekend.
Rico.
Hey, go Wisconsin.